We're all here. I'm preparing the live stream now.
Councillors, we'll just wait for Georgie to advise us that the live streaming has commenced.
Okay, the live streaming has commenced.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, councillors, officers, and our viewers listening live streaming tonight's meeting. My name is Councillor Lena Messina, and I'm the Mayor of Darebin City Council and the chairperson of tonight's council meeting. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to tonight's council meeting. Due to the COVID-19 situation, this meeting will be held virtually and be closed to the public in the interest of health and safety of the public, councillors and staff. I declare this meeting open at 6:01 p.m. Councillors, tonight we have 6 members from the community who have requested to attend the virtual meeting to ask their questions or make submissions. Officers, can I just can we please admit all the community members to this meeting, to this evening's meeting?
Admitting now.
And all their muted cameras are muted, and their voices are muted. Their volume is muted and their cameras are off at this stage?
At this stage, yes.
Thank you. Welcome. Welcome to everyone joining virtually online. This is the first time we're going to do this. So I really look forward to, I welcome you all and look forward to some of your questions, and thank you for your attendance this evening. I would love to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners. Darebin City Council acknowledges the Wurundjeri Wurrung people as the traditional owners and custodians of the land and waters we now call Darebin, and pays respect to their elders, past, present and emerging. Council pays respect to all other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities in Darebin. Council recognises and pays tribute to the diverse culture, resilience and heritage of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. We acknowledge the leadership of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities and the right to self-determination in the spirit of mutual understanding and respect. The health and safety and wellbeing of the community has and will always be paramount consideration of this council. Council continues to be guided by the government directives and wants to be able to do the right thing for the health of our community during the COVID-19 pandemic. This meeting is being held virtually in line with the current health restrictions. Should technical difficulties be encountered by the council, the meeting may be adjourned until these are resolved with a maximum of 30 minutes. And if we cannot resolve the problem, we will reschedule the meeting. In such circumstances, an advice message will be shown on your screen. This meeting is being live streamed by a link on the council website, so the public will be able to view the proceedings of the meeting. The meeting is also being recorded and will be made available on the council website as soon as practical after the meeting. For the visually impaired community members, the closed caption feature will be available on the recorded meeting. There are a few housekeeping matters and technical tips for councillors that I need to pass on. Please leave your video on and mute your sound unless you wish to speak. If you wish to electronically speak, please raise your hand, hover over the participants button in the main window and then press the small hand symbol in the right hand corner. Alternatively, if you wish to ask the question or leave the meeting, please place your hand in front like that so I can see that. Note that it's been difficult in the past. There is no chat facility available during this meeting for councillors or general viewers. At Darebin, we pride ourselves on being a progressive and contemporary council. In the interest of demonstrating leadership, I have high expectations that we'll be professional in our conduct and in the language that we use throughout the evening and respectful in our debate. The chamber, virtually in person, is both a workplace and a public space, and we have an obligation to ensure that the working environment and public forums are safe for everyone, both emotionally as well as physically. Before we commence, I'd like to introduce the councillors and senior staff who are with us this evening, and I'd like to confirm the councillors as we see and hear each other one by one. The first councillor that I can see is Councillor Tim Lawrence. Welcome. Good evening, Tim.
Good evening to everyone.
Councillor Tom Hanman.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, all.
Good evening. Could I ask you, Councillor Lawrence, could you turn off your microphone, please? Thank you. Councillor Suzanne Newton.
Good evening, everyone.
Good Evening. And the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Trent McCarthy.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, everybody.
Thank you. Councillor Susan Rennie, sorry.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening to all community members.
Thank you. Councillor Emily Dimitriadis.
Good evening, everyone.
Councillor Julie Williams.
Oh, there you go. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Councillor Gaetano Greco.
Good evening, Mayor, and hello to everyone.
Hello, welcome. Thank you, councillors. Our officers tonight are CEO Sue Wilkinson, Sam Hewitt, General Manager Operations and Capital, Rachel Olivier, General Manager of City Sustainability and Strategy, Shadi Hannon, Acting General Manager of Communities, Jodie Watson, General Manager of Governance and Engagement. Thank you. As we all hear, let's get underway. Before the formal part of this meeting, I'd like to make a statement about the crisis in the Ukraine. The Australian and Darebin community is deeply concerned about the new phase of conflict unloading in the Ukraine and the devastating consequences for thousands of Ukrainian citizens. The events also are particularly distressing to the members of the Australians and Ukraine diaspora who are hearing directly from their family members and friends affected by this violence. We extend our support and stand in solidarity with the members of the Darebin Ukraine community, especially those relatives and friends who've been affected by this situation. Darebin Council recognise the social justice challenges that we encounter both locally and globally. Tonight, we reiterate Council's sustained and unwavering commitment to human rights and peace, be it locally and globally. The fundamental human rights of thousands of people in the Ukraine to have access to freedom from violence is now under serious threat. We welcome the federal government's condemnation of Russia's actions and calls for Russia to cease its illegal activity and the breach of international law and of the UN Charter. We urge the federal government to take all action that can to be addressed the immediate and unfolding unhumanitarian crisis in Ukraine, with more than 1.4 million people now displaced by this violence. This includes committing to accelerating the visa application process for the Ukrainians seeking asylum. As a member of the Welcoming Cities Network and the Refugee Welcome Zone, Darebin City Council stands ready to welcome Ukrainian refugees and work with our partners and local communities to provide support and assistance with their settlement. All people have the right to life of peace and safety. In all such conflicts, it is a civilian population that bear the consequences. At this critical time, we urge for actions of peace, compassion and generosity. Darebin City Council. Move on to the formalities of the meetings. Item number 3, apologies. Note there are no apologies at present. Items number 4, disclosures of conflict of interest. Councillors and officers, are there any conflicts of interest to disclose or declare?
Mayor?
Yes, sorry. Yes, I can see you're in the dark there.
Oh.
I can see you now. I can see you now.
Mayor, I'd like to indicate that I'll declare a general conflict of interest in item 11.1 and 11.3. I actually think it's 11.2, 11.3 in confidential tonight.
Thank you. Noted. Are there any further conflicts of interest?
Mayor, I have a question in regard to, thank you. In particular about agenda item 11.3 regarding the CEO's contract. It's again being referred to in the agenda as a contractual matter. I believe in prior meetings there were discussions that the term contractual matter deliberately prohibited transparency to the community, and it was later reported accurately as an item about the CEO's contract. So I'm wondering why the agenda has called it a contractual matter rather than making it what it is, stating exactly what it is. We've had this discussion before, so I'm wondering why we've gone backwards.
Thank you, Councillor Dimitriadis. I'll have that addressed to Ms. Watson.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Demetriadis. Through you, Member Sina, I'm very mindful of the nature of this item being confidential and any discussion regarding its content not enabling it to remain confidential. If there is any discussion that Council would like to have on this, I believe it should happen within confidential for consideration at that time.
Thank you, Ms Watson. Now we'll move on to...
Sorry, I don't follow. I believe we had this discussion a few meetings ago.
Point of order, please, Mayor. I actually move a procedural motion. This meeting go into camera now if we're going to discuss this any further.
Just one second. Just one second. Noted. I'm going to stop this debate right now. We're going to ask that question when it's in camera. So we're going to continue with the meetings. Thank you, Councillor Demetriadis. We're going to continue with the meeting. Thank you, Mr. Councillor Hannan. Item number 5. Before we move any further, are there any other conflicts of interest to declare? No. Okay. Item number 5, confirmation of minutes of previous meetings. Councillors, can I have a motion for the adoption of the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 31st of January 2022? Do I have a mover? I can't see. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Just to remind you all, councillors, when we have the motion that goes up on the screen, I can't see the whole gallery. So that's moved by Councillor McCarthy, second by Councillor Rennie. All those in favour? That's been carried unanimously. Councillors, once again, I ask that you put your hand in front of your face because I didn't see everybody's hand until they hovered around. Thank you. Item number 6, councillors, we'll move on to public question time. What I'm going to do now is residents and interested parties wishing to submit a public question during public question time, attend the virtual meeting, were asked to lodge their question by 8 a.m. and residents now wishing to attend the virtual meeting were asked to lodge their question by 12 noon today. These questions have been circulated to the officers for a response. Due to the meeting being held virtually, public questions times received after 12 noon today will be answered at the meeting. Questions received after 12 noon will be taken on notice and a written response will be provided to the submitter. I will now commence with the community members who have submitted their questions 8 a.m. and wanted to attend the virtual meeting online. I wish to remind everyone that in line with the governance rule, no introductory or background comments are permitted. So we'll only be reading out when it gets to that point the submitted questions for those persons asking the questions virtually. Please do not make any statements. Simply read out your question. Thank you. The first person I'd like to introduce for public question time, and I'd like to welcome is Ruth Jelly of Northcote. Welcome, Ruth. I'm going to ask that her camera, I can see you. Welcome, good evening. Good to see you again, Ruth. Would you like to ask a question?
Thank you, Mayor Messina. I have 3 questions this evening. The first, as we enter a new year and a new round of budget planning, will Council commit to funding Streets for People and the Octopus Schools programs, as well as an open streets trial in the upcoming budget?
Would you like
me to answer my...
Yes, please. Thanks, Ruth.
My second question, what transport initiatives has the Council sought state or federal government funding for in this election year or support in lieu of funding? And how does this funding or support requests align to Council's objective to be climate, green and sustainable? And question number 3, can Council please confirm what black spot funding it's seeking this year?
Thank you. Thanks, Ruth, once again. We expect to consult with the community on the draft budget in April, and we would be keen to hear from your input. Question number 2, Council will consider the draft advocacy strategy in its upcoming meeting in March. This strategy will outline its election advocacy priorities. You may wish to attend the meeting next month. Over the last year, Council has been advocating for more funding for pedestrian safety and cycling improvements, much better bus routes and more frequent timetables, tram and train improvements, including an extension of the Route 11 tram, accessible stops and better connections to new stations. Answer number 3, in the current financial year, Council will build 3 black spot funded projects to improve safety. 2 are in Preston and 1 is in Northcote. In regards to applications for funding next year, we understand funding for 2 projects is being considered. We expect to find out if we have been successful in July. I look forward to seeing you at further meetings. Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you for your detailed responses.
Thank you. I now like to invite Edward from Preston, please. I'll wait for his
There we
camera.
go.
Good
Sorry
evening.
about
And
that.
welcome.
Yes.
No, good evening and welcome, Edward.
Good evening, everyone. I actually know a lot of the councillors tonight. Good evening, all. I've got 3 questions which I'll rush through for you to get an understanding. Dundas Street is seen as a residential road, yet we are often seeing large vehicles that do not suit the road and the safety requirements of this style of street. We see many mud carters and semis using Dundas Street to access Newcastle Street in order to bypass the lights on Victoria Road. We also have many emergency vehicles using Dundas Street to avoid the lights on Bell Street. Many of these travel at dangerous speeds and often without sirens. At this time, I believe that placing of lights at the most dangerous intersection, Dundas and Newcastle, would solve this. But I want to hear from council as to what measures they have in order to fix this. This is coming after a hit and run that happened this morning on the roundabout that knocked off a 8-year-old child from her bike right outside my house, right outside my studio window.
Oh.
Question 2, I would like to know if the consideration of active transport is undertaken by the transport design area of the council when adding more roundabouts to Darebin. And in this consideration, if they're going to be taking a lead from other council areas in providing pedestrian crossings to the roundabouts in order to prioritise people over vehicle interests at these dangerous intersections. Will Darebin Council be looking at improving pedestrian access across all roundabouts in the Darebin area? Question number 3, directed to active transport area, looking at improving pedestrian access to roundabouts within Darebin area that is controlled by Vic Roads. This is, what steps are being done to ensure the safety of our new world where pedestrians and cycling is starting to replace driving and public transport for short trips? And is the working group that is working within the active transport group on making walking safer, especially around roundabouts that are controlled by our state-based bodies? I know that that's 3 very heavy questions to work through, but they're actually 3 different departments.
Thank you, Ed. But before we ask the question, I just want to know, first of all, is the child that was hit at the roundabout okay?
She's in hospital under observation. We're trying to, I run the Australian Cycle Alliance. We're trying to locate a new bike for her. Social demographic and her location puts her at a stage where we don't think that she'll be able to be driven to work each day, school each day by her mother. And it looks like that she will be looking for that, we'll be trying to find a bike for her so she can get back on her bike.
I hope we have contact details for you, Ed, because I'd like to speak to you tomorrow. So
you've got my contact details. Everyone on half the council knows me personally.
Thank you. Thanks, Ed. We will look forward to a follow-up call. Thanks for your question, and I'm sincerely hope that the child, she is all right. That's first and foremost the most important thing. Thank you for sharing your observations with us. They are detailed transport safety questions, and one of the transport engineers will contact you. We prioritise any urgent safety issues first and foremost, and we'll be investigating areas, the transport needs and the consulting in the Dundas Street area in 2022-2023, and we'll look forward to the solutions that are consulted by the community. As is indicated, we make safety and pedestrian improvements every year, and we definitely modify roundabouts when it's the best solution. Each year we construct the highest priority changes, and over time we're improving pedestrian access. Council regularly advocates the state government for better pedestrian safety and cycling infrastructure. Recently, Council has been working directly with the Department of Transport on the Broadway and Boulderwood Parade roundabout, and I look forward to speaking to you tomorrow, Ed. Thank you very much for your questions. The next person I'd like to admit is Bill Jennings of Preston West. Good evening, Bill.
Good evening, Mayor Messina, and thanks for this initiative using Zoom meetings. It's a really good idea.
Thank you. Please ask your question.
2 questions from me. At the recent online hearings for the consultation of the future of the Northcote Public Golf Course, the group whose vision that was mentioned by name on most occasions was the Northcote Community and Golf Hub, even from people who don't play golf. Is there a way we could ascertain how many times the word hub appeared in the online submissions received by Council in November, December 2021? And my second question is, can Council confirm if the Department of Environment, Land, Water and Planning was consulted in any way as part of the process into the future shared use of the Northcote Public Golf Course? Thank you.
Thank you, Bill, and it was great to see you yesterday at the turnout.
Good to see you too, Mayor. Thank you.
The answer to your questions, a summary of the consultation as well as the full verbatim comments have been provided to councillors to assist them with their deliberations. The data provided to councillors considers all the submissions holistically, and councillors have been advised that and are aware of the relative support for each of the various options proposed by the members of the community, including those who support the proposition of the Northcote Golf and Community Hub. The feedback analysis stage has concluded, so the council's efforts now focused on consideration of the feedback and the options before the decision can be made. Various agencies, including DELP, have been consulted as part of this project. However, as council is yet to make a decision on the future of this site, consultation with external agency is in its very early stages. Thank you, Bill. I'd now like to invite Kate Jost of Reservoir into the meeting.
Hello, Mayor Mazzina.
Good evening and welcome, Kate.
Hi, just one question. Will the councillors and officers take the recommendation of Friends of Edwards Lake and Friends of Merry Creek, who have 45 years of experience in conservation, up on their recommendations for the damp domestic animal management plan to protect the environment and the pets of Darebin?
Thanks for your question and your attendance, Kate. I can see you're outdoors. This matter will be considered in tonight's council meeting, and I'll take these questions as comments, and an officer will make contact with you to let you know of the outcome of council's decision either tonight or you can watch the meeting later on. We've got questions also in that area from Elizabeth Hall, Jay Schultz and Teresa Aquino, all from Reservoir, but I also have the following reply. Please look into our council minutes or perhaps look further into the meeting in terms of receiving that reply, because this matter is up for council for resolution later.
Thank you, Mayor Mazzina.
Thank you. There's another question from Shay Teo of Reservoir. How can Darebin Council is abandoning its restriction of the 24-hour cat control, which was outlined in its current domestic animal management plan? Australia already has the highest native mammal extinction rate in the world, and we really need to be acting on all the levels, including local government, to prevent further losses to our precious biodiversity and natural heritage. Shay, this matter will be considered at tonight's council meeting, and I'll take those questions as comments, and an officer will get back to you later tomorrow, or perhaps you can read the minutes, or I'm hoping you'll stay on and listen to the rest of the meeting. We also have a similar question from Jo Elizabeth Boyd of Reservoir, so same answer for that, your question. I now would like to read the next question submitted tonight from Angela Denton of Northcote. Re Aldous Avenue planning matter. Can council explain why they endorsed the amended plans without conducting the site inspection? Can council also explain why the endorsed plans do not show the permanently secured iron gates preclude the residents of the item of 4 and 3 bedroom townhouses at 19 Aldous Avenue, Northcote from any access, noting that the provision of these spaces was a requirement of the amendment? Can council also advise if the tenants at 2/3 19 Aldous Avenue have been provided with more than one on-street car parking permit, and what council is doing to enforce the car parking restrictions in Aldous Avenue, Northcote, given visitors to 2 and 3 19 Aldous Avenue regularly park for extended periods in Aldous Avenue, Northcote? Thanks for your question. I understand that the responsible general manager has conducted an internal review, and that it covers the questions you've all asked and communicated the outcome to you. I can briefly explain. Question number 1, the planning decision your question relates to was made in 2019. VCAD is the appeal agency for council decision, and not the appeal was lodged No appeal was lodged at the time, and council has no power to revisit this decision. Question number 2, we have assessed if there's any planning compliance issue at this address and found that what is on the plans is what is being built. Council cannot consider whether the site is being used by tenants, nor whether it or not they have kept the keys to the lock. Question 3, I can confirm that in line with council's policy, no more than 1 parking permit has been issued to any of the properties. Thank you. The next question we have is from Jason Rayner from Preston. Melbourne's airport's new third runway proposal will result in a significant increase in aircraft movements and noise in the parts of Preston and Thornbury. Will the council explore this issue and consider lodging a submission objecting to the new runway proposal? Council does not have the current plans to lodge a submission. We encourage any residents interested to make a submission to the consultation that is currently underway. The next question is from Carly Dober at Reservoir. I moved into Allaby Avenue in Reservoir in 2021 with my partner. My partner and I both love the area. It is also, however, the loudest and busiest street we have ever lived, and on with a minimum of 15 trucks and non-stop cars all of the hours of day and night. I request speed humps after the particular dangerous week and submitted photo evidence of the burnout marks on the road on July 2021. I'm still yet to receive any responses or updates following up emails from myself. I do expect Darebin Council to keep residents safe and to be active in traffic management. Thanks, Carly, and welcome to Darebin. I understand the team manager has called you today and apologised that his team has not been responded to date. He is following up to fix the cause so it doesn't reoccur. Your concerns and suggestions will be considered in the next few months. There is a current project looking at traffic improvements in your area called Your Street, Your Say. We'll consult with the community in May about the proposed improvements. However, it may take several years before improvements are scheduled in your street, depending on other needs across our city. We'll also raise your concern about speeds with Vic Pol and send you information about Hooning Community Reference Group that the state government has just announced. My next question is from Serena Ameli. The PENSA report on soil contamination in Clements Reserve. The EPA's Contaminated Land Policy publication 1915 was published on the 22nd of February 2021 and came into effect on the 1st of July 2021. Darebin Council had apparently still not met its duty to report the contamination at Clements Reserve to the EPA at the time it received the report on the 21st of October 2021. Land managers are required to make such reports when they become aware of the noticeable contamination. Thanks, Serena, for your contribution to this council chambers with your questions. Council has mitigated and identified the risks by the completion of various works within days of becoming aware of the contamination issue at Clements Reserve. The notification process requires the completion of various studies in order to fully understand the contamination and any associated risks. These studies have taken some time to complete. EPA has been formally notified of the contamination some months prior to the formal notification process, and it was satisfied with the council's approach. The EPA was formally notified on the 3rd of December 2021. Councillors were informed of the presence of asbestos in Clements Reserve on the 18th of June 2020. As previously mentioned, immediate works were undertaken at the site. Further investigations were carried out by EPA and was verbally advised with the complex discussions that were had, predominantly with the owner of the land, Vic Roads. A report was provided to council and its meeting on the 27th of September 2021, and this report included the detailed site investigation reported under by PRENSA. The report was not withheld. The above process led the council given a comprehensive picture of the condition of the site and understanding of its obligations, which it has met. Thank you. The next question is from Claire Layden of Reservoir. Hello, I'd like to request an update on the status progress of planning for works at the Boulderwood Parade and McMahon Road intersection planned under the previous Streets to People program. Thank you. Thanks, Claire. We will start design work soon for this location. You and your neighbours will be contacted the next couple of months by a letter in your mailbox with proposed designs and a request for feedback. Thank you, councillors. I'm just going to take a moment. We're moving on to item number 7, petition. Councillors, I understand that there are no petitions this evening. Okay, noted. Thank you. Councillors, we are now going to move on to our report, which is consideration of report 8.1. And I'd like to welcome some submitters who will, before we lead into that report, the item number 8.1 is a Preston Market Planning and Advocacy Update. We have 2 submitters for this item. The first one is from Maria Proletti and the second one will be from Chris Ellinson. So I'd like to now invite Maria Proletti to the meeting. Can I please? Good evening. Yeah.
Hi.
Good evening. Good to see you.
Thank you. Same here. Shall I start?
Minutes. Yeah, you have 2 minutes. I'll just see if you can put 2 minutes on the clock. Great. Over to you, Maria.
Okay. I'm speaking to you on behalf of Data and Save the Preston Market Action Group. And while we're very pleased that Council has developed strategies in support of the community to protect the market, we hope that you will join with us to both ensure the protection of the market and value add to the site in the future by route of public acquisition. So far, Council has rejected this idea on the basis of it being too expensive, lack of precedent, lack of legislation, lack of political will, and as not yet being the best way to protect the market. I'm reminded of Council's attitude to the ideas of heritage significance of the market and how that now forms your platform for the need to protect the market. We do not believe the developer will submit to a 173 agreement to protect the market, and in the light of that, ask that Council do some work or employ somebody else to work on models for community ownership of the market. It is possible that public ownership not cost Council much or anything. There is money for housing in state and federal budgets. There are a number of acts by which the land can be acquired, and there is also a possible land swap model. So often we have heard some councillors state that they make decisions on evidence, and yet we have not seen any evidence for your rejection of public ownership. We ask that you consider tonight spending a little money on researching possibilities for public ownership and protection of the market rather than a knee-jerk reaction out of hand of the idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you very much. I now invite Chris Ellinson to have his camera and his sound on. Good evening and welcome, Chris. You also have 2 minutes to address the chamber. Now, we just note, Chris, that your sound is off. You just wait. Fantastic.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. We'll just start the clock when you're ready. You're ready to go, Chris. Thanks.
Okay, so I'm talking. Hello, everybody. I'm talking in relation to 8.1 as well, the Preston Market, specifically referring to point 7D and 7E and point 8. In 7D, it states that Council will continue advocating to retain the use of the market as a place for affordable and fresh food that serves the Northern Metropolitan community. Already the focus on fresh food and the number of affordable fresh food stalls is rapidly changing right under our noses. So it would seem that Council is powerless to prevent this detrimental change, both now and into the future. In relation to point 7E, the report states that Council will continue to protect the existing traders so they can continue to operate through the redevelopment of in the future. And I'm wondering how Council intends to protect the existing traders in the future when right now many traders feel so extremely vulnerable and unsupported, and their tenure and leasing arrangements are short-lived and uncertain. What can be done in the future that is not being done now to remedy this situation? And in point 8, it states that Council writes to the primary landowner of the Preston Market site seeking to establish a Section 173 agreement to protect the market use. In my view, Council knows that it is currently not the responsible authority and I understand has no jurisdiction to form an agreement with the landowner. In any case, it would be highly unlikely that the landowner would agree to this without some major trade-offs.
Thank you, Chris.
Is that it? Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Chris. It was good to see you and Maria on Saturday, and keep up the great work. Thank you very much. Councillors, we've heard from Maria Pirelli and Chris Erlinson. Do we have any questions to the officers before we enter into debate? No questions? Councillors, do I have a motion? Councillor Greco.
Thanks, Mayor Messina. I have an alternate motion, which, it appears there. It's a slight variation of the officer recommendation, which was circulated to councillors this afternoon, and I sought the assistance of our officers in putting the words together.
So we might give it a minute. Thank you, Councillor Greco. We might give it a few seconds or a minute just for the councillors to read it. So it takes over 2 pages or 3 pages. Can we go back to the first page, please? Thank you. And note that the amendments based on the officer's recommendation are in bold and black. Thank you. Can we move on to page 2, please, officers? Thank you. Can we move on to the next page, please?
Just 2 pages.
Just 2 pages. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was 3. I beg your pardon. Council, can we go back to the gallery view so I can see? So it's this, Councillor Greco, before I ask for a seconder for your motion, can I confirm that that is your motion?
From what I could see, is very fine print. I think it is my motion, and the changes were highlighted in
bold.
Yeah.
Thank you, councillors. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Greco's motion amended?
Yes.
Moved by Councillor Greco, seconded by Councillor Williams. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Greco?
Thank you, Mayor Messina. First of all, I'd like to thank Maria and Chris for being here tonight, and also to thank the Action Group, the Preston Market Action Group, for their fabulous work and their great initiative on Saturday in drawing the some of the mainstream media to an event that they held in regards to protecting the market. So well done to the community in advocating for the protection and for the safeguarding of the market. What this report does, and I want to also thank officers for putting forward this comprehensive report, which is in response to a motion that was presented at the last council meeting. And what this motion does and what the report does is basically enables us to up the ante in terms of communication and in terms of an advocacy campaign. We need to refresh our advocacy campaign in light of the next few months leading up to the Standing Advisory Committee that will be hearing the revised version of the VPA's draft plans for the market. We really need to make sure that the council community's voice is heard loud and clear, that the market must not be demolished at all costs, and that we've got to find a better way forward, and that to ensure that the market is saved. As was noted on Saturday, I was present there, and there's a high level of support from the community an extraordinary high level of support for the protection of the market. Actually, if you look at the 386 submissions that were made to the VPA, 93 of the submissions objected to the market being demolished, and only 5 were in support of the VPA's proposal. So if that doesn't tell you that we need to save this market, I don't know what else will need to tell you that. Also, I think it's important to note that our officers met with the action group, and they had some discussions about how to up the ante in terms of the communication strategy and in terms of raising awareness. It also should be noted, as was mentioned here tonight, that the action group has a different take on how to save the market. The action group is advocating for putting the market in public hands, a bit like Victoria Market and South Melbourne Market. And I think that proposal has a lot of merit, and I'm hoping that in the future councils will be able to consider whether we can entertain such a proposal and investigate that. The campaign that's been listed here, and our officers have done a lot of work. The campaign will take us now through to June, and it talks about media releases, meetings, campaign material, and also raising a great awareness amongst our community about how we can save the market. I could go on, but they're the main points. And in the submission, I've also highlighted some extra points that we need to take into account as part of this campaign to save the market. Thank you, Mayor Messina.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Councillor Williams. We can't hear you, Councillor.
I wish to reserve my rights to speak at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? No, over to you, Councillor Williams. Would you like to speak as a seconder of the motion?
No problem. The Preston Market is a unique market that is on an iconic site that sits on 2 hectares of land. It is a strategic development site of state significance. The Minister directed the VPA to review and update the current planning controls and outlined the VPA review needed to be undertaken with council, the owners of the Preston Market, the traders and the broader community. I'm sure there will be 100 different types of combinations of where the market could or should look like in the future. But interesting though, I spent a bit of time going over the plans that the community have collectively come up with. And it just proves and shows that the developer and the community can actually work together. And if they did that, which will actually enrich Darebin and the many benefits to ensure that a great outcome for the community can only benefit from it. I'd like to thank all the work of the council officers, my fellow councillors and the community, including the Save the Preston Market Action Group, the 20,000 plus signatures that have been signed, the petition, and the many submissions to the VPA for continuing to advocate to the Preston Market. Council will articulate and advocate to the Minister for the Planning and the community that the market must not be demolished and must remain in the current central location to the site. Continue advocating to retain the use of the market as a place for affordable, fresh and diverse food. We need to continue protecting the existing traders so they continue to operate if any redevelopment occurs in the future. I still encourage all submitters to the VPA consultation to participate in the upcoming Standing Advisory Committee. And only if the developer can hear and listen to what the community has to say, and if they really want to work with the community, I assure you there'll be an absolutely wonderful outcome for all.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. As there are no further speakers, I'll put that item to the vote. All those in favour? That has been carried unanimously. Thank you. And thanks once again to Maria and Chris, not only for your attendance today, but for your continued community advocacy. Councillors, the next item we have to consider is item number 8.2, 2021-2022 Quarter 2 Council Plan Action Plan Progress Report, including financials ending the 31st of December 2021. Councillors, are there any questions to the officers? Councillor Dimitriadis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like some clarification about the statement in the report that says 8% of Year 1 actions are completed. So does that mean that 92% of Year 1 actions were supposed to be completed but haven't?
Councillor Dimitriadis. Over to you, Ms. Watson.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Dimitriadis. I'll call on my colleagues who are also here to answer questions. Cassia, if you could please respond to Councillor Dimitriadis. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. No, essentially that's just saying as of the 31st of December, we have completed 23 year one actions, which is 8%. The rest is still in progress to be completed by the 30th of June.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any further? Oh, Councillor Dimitriadis, yes.
Sorry, that was my question. So 92% of the actions aren't complete, according to what you've said, I believe. Is that right?
They're either in progress.
Yeah, so they're not complete. Okay, thank you. I've got another question. So is there an explanation for why they're not complete, even though they were supposed to be completed by, I think they're supposed to be completed by mid-year?
Councillor Dimitriadis, thank you for the question. Through you, Mayor Messina, I might just clarify that the percentage completion relates to the council plan over the 4 years. Just confirm if that's correct, Cassia.
Just one moment. Can we let Ms. Watson finish her question before you ask the next question, Councillor Dimitriadis, or any other councillor? So, Ms. Watson, have you finished your statement?
Yes, I'll leave it unless there's anything Cassie would like to add.
Not at this point.
Thank you. Councillor Dimitriadis, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do have a supplementary question. As part of the council plan, I'd like to know the status of the amendment to the parking permit policy.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Dimitriadis. I might refer to my colleague, Rachel Olivier, to respond to that.
Thank you.
You're on mute, Rachel.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, that should be showing as in progress. So work on that's underway at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Dimitriadis.
Do we have a time when it will actually come to council for a decision? Because I believe it's quite a straightforward amendment according to the council plan.
We've got a next briefing scheduled with councillors in March. We haven't yet scheduled a decision.
Thank you. Do we have it, Councillor Dimitriadis?
Thank you. I've got one last question about the council plan. It states that we will provide 2 additional accessible car parking spaces in our city. Whereabouts would they be provided over the next year? So I know the report says where we have provided them, but what about going forward? Do we know where they're going to be provided?
I'll hand that over to Ms. Olivier.
Through you, Mayor, I'm sorry I don't have the specific locations with me today. It's certainly something that I can follow up and provide.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillors, do I have a motion? Oh, sorry, there are further questions. Apologies. Councillor Greco and then Councillor Hannan. Councillor Greco.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Messina. I just had a question. I appreciate that certain action items had to be deferred as a result of the COVID, but I was just wondering, in terms of the deferring of the action items, I just wanted to know what criteria was used in deferring the some of the action items. Particularly, why I asked that is particularly in relation to the John Hall Pavilion. I understand that that's been deferred to the 4th year, and look, I know that area. I know there's a lot of need in that area, particularly with the some of those club members, given the state of the John Hall Pavilion. And so I was just wondering, what the criteria was and whether a socioeconomic lens was used in the deferment of the items. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Officers?
I might start with that, Mayor, if I can.
Oh, yeah.
So thank you for the question, Councillor Greco, and through you, Mayor. I won't answer the question about John Hall. I'll ask my colleague, Mr. Hewitt, to do that. But there was a criteria, and you'll recall, Councillor Greco, that the items that were listed for deferral were specifically supported via council resolution in November 2021. So there were a range of reasons, and certainly some of it had to do with organisational capacity, particularly on the community team who were working very hard to try to increase vaccination rates particularly in the northern part of our municipality. So we were partnering with our community agencies and our multi-faith community, a whole range of groups to try to lift those vaccination rates. So there's a bit of a capacity issue. One of the other factors that was taken into account was the capacity of the community to respond to things like consultation. It is, a week is a very long time in COVID times, but if we cast our memory back during lockdown, consultations has been very difficult, and that was a view that was shared by council. And there was some about readiness with our partners. So, for example, some of the schools which have been trying to keep kids engaged through remote learning for 2 years had given us pretty specific feedback about not really having a lot of bandwidth for extra effort. There were other things as well, things like availability of supplies and contractors and a few other elements, but it was something that council supported. I can't answer about John Cain though, so I'll ask Mr. Hewitt to do that.
It was John Hall Pavilion,
John
not John
Hall.
Cain. Yeah.
My apologies.
Thank you. There's so many names out there, aren't there? Over to you, Sam.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. The John Hall Pavilion was always scheduled in Council's 10-year capital works program to begin in year 4 of the council plan. I suspect it was just the way it's been written here. So there was no plan to begin the design this year. It was always to begin in year 4, and that is still on target.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. Councillors, are there any questions to officers? If not, can I please have a motion? Oh, Councillor Lawrence. You're on mute, Councillor Lawrence.
Yep, so I've got to wait for the pop-up. Yeah, just in relation to John Hall, just wanted to clarify, there was also some consideration in the upgrade of John Hall to enhance our public toilet network. So is that also part of the year 4 objective with John Hall?
Through you, Mayor Messina, Council's 10-year capital works program has made provision for a redevelopment of the John Hall Pavilion in year 4, beginning in year 4. The scope, of course, hasn't been determined, but I would imagine, Councillor Lawrence, that a redevelopment of John Hall Pavilion will include public toilets, change spaces for boys and girls and men and women and others. So that scope will be determined a bit later on in the council plan term.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any further questions? Can I have a motion, please, councillors? Councillor Hannan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move the officer's motion as was on the screen a moment ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Newton. Councillor Hannan, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to speak in favour of this motion. Obviously, I think it's a very good summary of just giving the highlights of the last quarter and being very transparent about what has been achieved and what hasn't been achieved. We've just heard from Sue Wilkinson, our CEO, about the major disruption to this council in Darebin and really across the rest of the state due to COVID, which caused significant impacts due to exposures in public to the virus, the need to quite continually open and close and make operational arrangements to keep things going, delays in supply chains, and staff and their families being affected just like everybody else in the community. Despite that, there was continued progress, and there's a long list of activities which have been achieved, and noting that it was this council that we actually agreed to delay and put off a number of items, acknowledging the fact that we were in emergency response mode. We still are to some extent, but it's hard to put your mind back, we're talking October to December of last year, 2021, there was major work required to support the state in coordinating testing and vaccination centres, and to support the vulnerable people in our community. So people going offline to support those who really needed an emergency. Just to reel off a few highlights, there was the 2021 Schools Yarning Conference on the NAIDOC theme of Healing Country, where students from high schools learned from First Nations educators, elders and artists. They're all there, but I'm just picking out a few of the ones up in lights. There was $44,000 provided in community sport grants. Really exciting. The finishing works have been put on Narrandjeri Stadium, which is due to be completed in the next month, and that's going to provide a fantastic centre for the communities, for community sport for everyone, and particularly to provide new and much needed facilities for women and girls teams. There's huge consultations. Some of the biggest consultations that this council's done in relation to the Northcote Public Golf Course and the Your Street, Your Say survey. Over 12,000 Indigenous trees and plants planted along Edgar's Creek corridor. Strong advocacy ongoing on Preston Market, as we've heard. And just quickly in terms of the financials, there's a bit of a blow to the finances, both in terms of revenue is expected to be down for the year, but expenses down as well. So we're still looking in good financial shape, and all the details are there transparently in the report if anyone wants to have a look at them. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hannan. Councillor Newton.
Thank you, Mayor Messina, and thank you, Councillor Hannan, for moving the motion. I think it's worth noting that when we were putting together the council plan, I don't think we anticipated how long the lockdowns and the effects of COVID would last. So I completely respect the decisions that were made last year operationally and at a council level to ensure that we moved the organisation to increasing vaccination and other COVID-related activities when we needed to. I think despite that, the organisation's done an incredible job of working towards progressing our council plan, and we continue to do that. The other thing I think is worth mentioning is that there's a great it's a submission to the MAV rules review, which is the Municipal Association of Victoria. I went through a similar process being on the VLGA, the Victorian Local Governance Association board, a couple of years ago, which led to some really significant improvements for our board. And just wanted to give a big thank you to Councillor Rennie and Stephen in the governance team for putting this together. I think it's a great piece of work, and I really hope that it's listened to by the MAV decision makers.
Thank you, Councillor Newton. Are there any further speakers? As there are none, I'll now put that item to the vote. All those in favour? That's been carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, the next item we have on the agenda is 8.3, Governance Report, February 2022. Councillors, are there any questions to the officers? Councillor Dimitriadis.
Thank you, Mayor. I note in this report, it mentions that council officers will shortly commence community engagement with affected and interested stakeholders about the naming of Kalamata Place, a laneway that's currently unnamed. Is there a time frame when the report will be brought back to council?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Triadis. Through you, Mayor Messina, we'll bring it back at the earliest opportunity, Councillor Dimitriadis. It just depends on the process we need to go through with geographic name in Victoria. So if it wouldn't be at the next the meeting after would be my expectation, but we'd bring it back as quickly as we could.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? As there are none, can I have a motion, councillors, please? That is the officer's recommendation. Is there a mover to that or an amendment? Moved by Councillor Rennie. Second by Councillor McCarthy. Thank you. Councillor Rennie, would you like to speak to the officer's recommendation that you've moved?
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor Messina. This is our governance report that we consider each month. And whilst there are always some fairly standard items on the report, equally there are some items that come up from time to time. Of particular note on this occasion, Council is undertaking some work with Aboriginal Housing Victoria to explore concession on general rates. This is a really important initiative that aims to assist vulnerable community members and groups with housing, and we see it as a way in which council may be able to contribute to housing security for Aboriginal people in Darebin. I think that's a particularly important one I'd like to draw people's attention to. As usual, there are the reports by mayors and councillors. There's also the councillor expenses report. So for members of our community who are particularly interested in transparency in relation to councillor expenses, I recommend that report to people. And note that we may be having another hearing of submissions committee meeting in April. And it hasn't yet been determined whether that will be in person or virtually. I certainly hope for one that we are able to be back in person. I think that we're all hoping for that in future meetings. So I commend this to you. In particular, I will draw people's attention to item number 7, which is the discussion paper on the MAV rules review. And I worked with Stephen Mann, and I thank those councillors who participated. The MAV is an important organisation for councils. The rules that they've been operating under aren't terribly contemporary and have led to a few governance hiccups over the last few years. And I've been closely involved in the process of thinking about a rules review and how the MAV can have a contemporary board that really responds to the contemporary challenges in governance that come up. I believe that the submission that will come to Darebin will actually assist in a contribution to the debate that will take place, noting that it is going to be an ongoing process. So the MAV is undertaking a number of rounds of consultation and will come back to the local government sector with further ideas that will be voted on. Changes cannot be made by a simple majority. There has to be a larger majority of MAV delegates and therefore councils that support that. And as the MAV delegate, I will continue to bring these matters back to you, to my colleagues, so that you can be aware of what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rennie. Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, Councillor Rennie has covered off on this bumper report, and I should say it's bumper because it does include a number of items in there. I would just add that in relation to the specific items there, I would encourage community members to have a look at those items. It is really important to understand what sits behind all the work that happens in this space, and absolutely that information, whilst it's presented as one large report, is there for public viewing, including councillors' attendance at events and activities. And I think it makes for, whilst it's not everyone's cup of tea, it certainly gives an idea about what councillors do and where they're involved, and sort of events and activities that they might be involved in as well. Just lastly, Mayor, I'd just add, in addition to Councillor Rennie's comments, and I really would support Councillor Rennie's excellent work in relation to the MAV rules discussion paper as well, which I think is really critical that Darebin has a strong voice there. I'd also just note that in relation to this report, there's also the outline of councillors' expenses as well. And I just encourage community members to be aware that council does report on those things openly as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Are there any further speakers? Okay, now I'll put that item to the vote. All those in favour? That's been carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, the next item we have on the agenda is item number 8.4, the Australian Local Government Association, ALGA, Darebin motions for 2022 National Assembly. Councillors, do we have any questions to the officers before I ask for a motion? Councillor Dimitriadis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to know whether there's a reason that the title of the motion of the motions that Darebin is proposing, why it's actually varying between pages 181 and 186. Is there a reason for that?
For a moment, can we all just check to 181 and 186?
So they're supposed to be the same, but the titles are completely, well, they're not completely different, but they're different.
Are they? Is it just an administration? So I'll wait.
I'm not sure. I just wanted to check.
I'll let one enter into the debate. So I'll ask for an officer perhaps to address that.
For the question,
Yeah, I'm just trying.
Can I just check through you, Mayor? Councillor Demetriadis, are you referring to the table, the labels given to the attachments?
Yep.
Yeah, that's just administrative. So I wouldn't read anything into that.
Okay.
But thanks for pointing it out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions, councillors? Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a process question. On page 184 of the report, it does refer to the stakeholder engagement that Council will undertake in relation to a range of regional organisations and national organisations and other bodies that Council's connected with. I would just draw to Council's attention that Climate Emergency Australia, of which Darebin is one of the founding councils, has put together a terrific motion, which is similar but not exactly the same as Council's climate change motion. And just from a process point of view, I just want to understand whether we should be, in our motion, giving the CEO some authority to make minor amendments, or how we might ensure that we can take on board any feedback from stakeholder organisations, such as the one that I just mentioned, in terms of the specific asks, so that they're aligned and have the best chance of success.
Thank you for the question, Councillor McCarthy. Through you, Mayor Messina, that would be welcomed. In truth, if there was something substantial that was a clear departure from existing council policy, or change the interpretation of the wording of a motion that council put forward, that would be something that I'd always want to check with the mayor and the delegate. So, as you know, council has a delegate appointed that is, given authority. The other thing that I would say, and for the councillors that have attended ALGA in the past, and Councillor Greco, Councillor Newton, Councillor Rennie and the mayor last year will know, sometimes what happens during the conference is that certainly ALGA encourage this, but it's very common for councils that have similar motions, or the intent of the motions is similar, to come together to try to, in a sense, join forces and collapse motions or have them read together. That's something that has to be done with the authority of the council to the delegate. So the authorisation is provided by that appointment. So I think we're pretty covered, but if you want to be absolutely certain that and clear that you would like to authorise me to make minor changes, then you would be welcome to make an amendment to the recommendation.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Ms Wilkinson, I'll prepare some words to that effect for Council to consider.
Thank you. Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Member Senator. Just in relation to that point, just as a point of clarification, I'll be moving an amendment which will cover off on delegating to the CEO the opportunity to make any changes to the that need to be made in order to pick up similar things to what Councillor McCarthy has said. I'll be moving that together with other substantive issues, but one of the clauses in my amendment will cover off on the very point that the CEO just spoke about. Thanks.
Councillor Greco for foreshadowing that. Do we have any further questions before I ask for a motion? As there are now none, councillors, do I have a motion? Councillor Rennie.
Mayor Messina, I'm happy to move the officer recommendation, noting that there are some amendments that are likely to be proposed, which we might be able to deal with quite simply.
Okay, so that is the officer's recommendation. Okay, so I can't see the gallery. Thank you. You've got some amendments to that motion, or are we going to foreshadow?
Mayor, I'm foreshadowing a willingness to accept amendments from councillors, but we need a seconder for the motion, unless Councillor Greco would like to put his motion up as the substantive motion rather than have it dealt with as an amendment.
Yep. Councillor Greco.
If you like, I can do that. I just wanted to give others the opportunity to speak.
Yeah, we will wait. Yeah,
I'm happy to do that.
Becca, why don't you do that and I'll second your motion.
Sensational. Okay.
Fantastic.
All right. So I'll put the full motion that incorporates the changes together with the officer recommendation, and also picking up on what Councillor Hannon has also included. So we've got a complete motion here that hopefully picks up on all the points. But I would just like to highlight, if I may, through you, Mayor Messina, I've just picked up a few little little things that need to be fixed before we get this seconded. So can I just fix up these things in relation to my motion? They're just
Yes,
a few
you may.
words.
Yes. Are they
Okay.
just? Sorry, can I just confirm? Is it grammar, Councillor Greco? Does it
No,
change?
it's
the
not
motion?
grammar. It's just it's substantive stuff, but it's just a few little words that need to be incorporated. Okay, so if and I, sorry, officers, to do this to you, but I just ran out of time today to send these through, and this picks up on what other councillors, particularly Councillor Hannon, has mentioned to me in an email late this afternoon. So, if officers, if you go to my section of the motion, which talks about the workforce shortages and asylum seekers, if you go to point number Roman numeral number 4, yep, and if where it says asylum seekers, is also to insert the word refugees. So we're not just referring to asylum seekers, we're also referring to refugees.
Can you please tell the number again, the point?
It's Roman numeral number 4.
Councillor Greco, sorry to interject. How about we have a 5-minute break? Will be 5 minutes be enough for you to speak to the officers to put this into?
Yeah, even less than that. Even less than that.
So we're going to have a 5. It's 7:11. Let's come back at 7:16, councillors. We'll take an adjournment.
Rashna, can you please call Councillor Greco?
Yes, okay. Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I guess we just need the message on the screen as well.
Yes, Georgie, can you please pop that message up?
Thanks. And turn your microphones and your cameras off, please, councillors.
You haven't got his number?
Thank you, councillors. I'll just wait for everybody to come back into the room. Councillors, if you're in the room, can I ask that you turn off your microphone, as in mute your microphone, and turn on your camera, please.
Councillor Messina, for some reason I can't seem to turn on my camera, if you can hear me.
Oh, goodness me.
It says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
we're
that's
in the same boat.
just wait for, thanks, Councillor Williams. I'll wait for Georgie. So we technically haven't started the meeting yet, but I'll wait. We are live streaming, but I will wait for Georgie in IT to reach out to and ensure that we enact Councillor Greco's and Councillor Williams' screen, please. Councillor Demetriadis, are you also having problems with your screen, with your video?
Can't start.
No. Okay, I can see you, Councillor Williams. Yeah, I'm just assuming that there's going to be some
Just a
work
delay
done in the background by the host. Yeah. Councillor Williams, can I ask you to put your microphone on mute? And Councillor Greco and Councillor Demetriadis, are you both equally having issues with your screen, your video?
Oh, I'm on now. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. If you can put yourself on mute, and I'll wait for Councillor Demetriadis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just checking, the host is asking me to unmute. Can you hear me okay?
I can, but we can't do anything, Councillor Hannan. I need to make sure that Councillor Demetriadis is back in the room, in the chamber. Sure. So, right. Thank you, Councillor Demetriadis. Thank you, Councillor Hannan. Thank you. Fantastic. So, can I ask everybody to be muted? And over to Councillor Greco. I understand that you're formulating an alternate motion, or a motion that you're going to be moving based on the enhancements to the additions to the officer's recommendation, and you've circulated them. I understand there's a group of you that have come up with some amendments, which will be the new motion. So, Councillor Greco, can I ask you to share that? And once we share that on the screen, I'll ask for a seconder. So once we share that on the screen, I'll ask Councillor Greco to confirm, and then I'll ask for a seconder. Sorry, are we getting the...
Mayor, I'm certain that the team are just finalising the last changes.
Oh, sorry. Okay,
for the screen,
sorry.
and they will just, if you could please just give us 1 more minute.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then, Messina, if I can ask your indulgence.
It's coming.
Oh, great. Okay, great.
Fantastic. Is there an, yeah, okay. I understand that there's a further amendment.
Yeah. That section there, section 4, I think Councillor Hannan's changes should be incorporated in there.
Thank you. Would you like to read them out, or would one of the councillors like to read them out? Because I understand that was your intent, Councillor Greco.
That's right. In order to incorporate everybody's
Thank
feedback.
you. Thank you. Councillor Hannan or Councillor Greco, would you like to read them out or circulate them so they can be amended?
I'm happy to. My question, I actually was going to ask a question, if possible, for Councillor Greco to point out changes that have been made since the version circulated this afternoon. But I can tell you the one that I proposed, and I think, and Councillor Greco had incorporated in a previous version, was just that the dot point about the attendance of councillors. I don't know the numbering now, but it's about the interstate travel.
Item number 4, there you go.
Thank you, number 4. So yeah, that's it there. Thanks to the staff for putting that up. That was my suggestion. But I also had a question if Councillor Greco could point out any other changes since the version this afternoon. Thank you.
Right, before we do that, is that because you wanted to second it based on confirm? Let's go back to Councillor Greco. Councillor Greco, has there been any changes to what you circulated this afternoon?
Yes, if I could just take you through those. That's what's been corrected in those 5-minute break that we have. So, Councillor Hannan, if you look at B, workforce shortages and asylum seekers and refugees, that's the so we've included the word refugees there along with asylum seekers. That under that section B, Councillor Hannan, if you go to Roman numeral number 4, where the word asylum seeker is, it's also got the word refugees. And then, Councillor Hannan, if you go to point number 5, Roman numeral number 5, if you look at the last section right at the end, I've deleted some words and replaced those words with, and looking at the second last line there, by positively facilitating resettlement efforts in regions and sectors experiencing major skill shortages, in order to embrace the concern that you had raised. Yeah.
Thank you. That's moved by Councillor Greco. Do I have a seconder, councillors? Second by Councillor Rennie. Councillor Greco, would you like to move to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Member Steen. And again, thank you. And I apologise for the little mix-up that we had, but I think we've got it all in one piece. Look, I'll limit myself to speaking in relation to social and affordable housing, workforce shortages and asylum seekers, and also Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities, and motions in respect to that. There are other motions, and I'll allow other councillors to speak in relation to the other motions. But just as background, what we're doing here, councillors, is obviously we're preparing some motions for the ALGA conference, which will be held mid-year this year, and as it's held every year. And it'll be, I think, quite a significant conference this year, because there is an election that will be occurring in May, and we may have a new government in Canberra, so it'll be a significant ALGA conference in relation to dealing with many outstanding matters that the local government sector has always been trying to prosecute. In relation to workforce shortages and asylum seekers, the motion that I'm suggesting that we bring to ALGA is in regards to acknowledging the skill shortage that we have, acknowledging that we're coming out of COVID, and it's created a lot of stress and tension in our economy, and also there's a possibility here of also encouraging that the borders, now that the borders are open, that we allow also that refugees and asylum seekers, particularly refugees under the humanitarian program, that is expanded so that we can have a greater intake of people in need and to participate in Australian society. In relation to the social and affordable housing, we know this is it's a big outstanding issue. The federal government has basically been absent in this space, and we need to make strong representations through ALGA and through the National General Assembly to the federal government in taking up this very important issue and ensuring that we develop a national housing strategy, and that ALGA has facilitates and has some input in developing that strategy and putting forward a strategy to the federal government and making strong representations on behalf of council. This is important because, as we see, councils are being pressured in relation to social and affordable housing. And the last item, agenda item that is being put forward, is in relation to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, and basically putting up that the council needs to have this issue on the agenda, and the ALGA needs to make representations in support of our Indigenous communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Councillor Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Messina, and I'd like to thank Councillor Greco for speaking so eloquently to the various motions that our council will be supporting at ALGA. I'd like to speak more generally to the value that Darebin achieves from participating really actively in this forum. Hundreds of councillors from hundreds of councils all over Australia get together, and it gives quite a unique perspective to speak with colleagues from different councils. I had the opportunity at a previous conference to speak to a councillor at a council where there were only 6 ratepayers. And that's quite an extraordinary shift, and I think it creates, the opportunity to exchange ideas, but also to get different perspectives. In taking motions to ALGA, we have an opportunity to influence our colleagues in other councils on issues that are very dear to us councillors, but more importantly, dear to our community, particularly in relation to social and environmental justice. We also have an opportunity to hear from other councils about what they are doing, how they are showing leadership, and we can bring some of those ideas back to our community in Darebin. In addition, councillors can use the time in Canberra to network and canvass support for our motions, to speak with politicians and other decision makers, and to build relationships with other councillors, which is an excellent professional development opportunity. And I hope that all councillors at some point in their journey of being on council will take the opportunity to go to Canberra and participate. It is a very valuable engagement, and I think that our community actually gets significant value out of our participation in this way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rennie. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Hannan.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, unfortunately, I'm speaking against this motion, not the motion as a whole, but just one small point. Firstly, I really want to thank the staff for putting up some very well considered and strategic positions. I think they're going to be very effective as part of our advocacy strategy, and also some extremely responsive work at short notice to come to work on some additional provisions. I agree overall with the principle and sentiment of the additions that Councillor Greco has provided. Also appreciate Councillor Greco's work just now to try to incorporate some of the discussion that we've had offline at a previous discussion. There's just the one point that I really can't support, which is that one that we were talking about. I think it's point V under the workforce and asylum seekers and refugees item. I believe it should be edited or removed, and if this amendment as a whole is not supported, I'd like to flag in a movement just to amend that, just to take out that one line. There's nothing wrong or incorrect about it. Of course, we want to facilitate people who come to this country seeking protection to pursue their careers and to make a contribution to their community. They're very welcome in doing that. They're certainly very welcome here in Darebin. As I said, there's nothing wrong or incorrect. Just as the framing, it's an economic narrative. It can be misled, not by this council, of course, but by others, to mean that people are only valued by their economic contribution rather than just as their human contribution. And I am concerned, that leads to vulnerable people being put into exploitative situations in areas that they shouldn't be put into. So I'd like to, I can't support that one line on that basis. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hannan. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Dimitriadis.
Sorry, Mayor, I just wanted to ask, can we have it back on the screen, the particular point that was number 5?
I was going to ask if we would like to see that. We'll just wait a few minutes. It was item number 5, was it not, Councillor Hannan? No.
I think it was V, which is 5. That's
5, yeah, that one there.
Yes, number V. Actually, can I make an amendment now? Have I missed my chance? Propose an amendment, or do we have to go back to the original one? Sorry.
Are you foreshadowing? It? But you've already spoken, Councillor. You've already had your 3 minutes. So perhaps you can circulate that, or for the purpose of moving forward, perhaps you'd like to just foreshadow the wording. Use it a couple of words, and then I'll go to the mover and the seconder. Just the purpose of moving along.
Yeah, the wording would just be to remove point V.
In total.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Greco and Councillor Rennie, is that acceptable to the mover and the seconder?
Look, it's a bit problematic to me because we're talking about humanitarian intake, and I really don't want that to be dropped off as a result.
Could we have it back up on the screen, please? Yeah. Because I believe this is easily resolved, and I know that it's a slightly irregular process, but if we could have it back up on the screen. I wonder whether we might keep some of point V and stop it in reopening Australia's borders, prioritise opportunities. Prioritise opportunities to strategically increase Australia's humanitarian intake, particularly in the context of growing global tensions and displacement, to support more asylum seekers and refugees to find a safe place to live, raise a family and work. Full stop. I would certainly support if we could remove by positive facilitating resettlement efforts in regions and sectors that experience major skills shortage. And I wonder if Councillor Greco might also, in the interests of finding common ground, support an amendment which just removed that. And Councillor Hannan, whether that actually would meet the intent of your amendment.
Yeah, that's perfect. Fine. Yep.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, so can we just amend that and then we move forward? But just take it as notices that we've amended that. So we've heard from Councillor Greco, Councillor Rennie, Councillor Hannan, who was against it, but we'll wait for the vote. Are there any further speakers? Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. So I'm not speaking to that part of the motion, but in fact to the part of the motion prepared by the officers, or one of the motions in particular, which probably won't come as any surprise, councillors, but it's the section on climate change and energy. And I'm really pleased and happy to support Councillor Greco's motion, but also really pleased that we're empowering the CEO through this motion to make amendments, because as we know, some of our partner and sector bodies that we work with closely, both at the local and regional level, but also at the national level, are expecting some big things out of this National General Assembly. I have the benefit of being involved with the Climate Emergency Australia, which is a network of over 100 councils that was initiated right here in the city of Darebin, the councils that have declared a climate emergency. And just today we had our advocacy meeting about ALGA motions, and I'm pleased to share with you that we landed in a pretty similar position to what Darebin has on screen, except that we went a little bit further. And in fact, councils from all across the country are going to be asked to come together and call on the federal government to set up a climate disaster resilience fund, effectively ensuring that councils, not just councils like Darebin, but also some of our councils that have very small budgets, but in fact have significant impacts of climate disasters, the sorts of natural disasters that we saw, like the 2020 bushfires, and of course the massive, in fact, catastrophic bushfires, but also those councils that are impacted by various natural disasters such as floods, natural disasters such as the erosion of sea frontage and seascape, and of course also the rural and inner councils that actually are in the centre of Australia, where they are experiencing this climate disruption, which is unlike what we experience in Darebin. So that momentum is happening around the country, and we'd like to make sure, I'd certainly like to make sure that when we are making the call, that we're making the call in unison and collaboration and collegiality with our fellow councillors and councillors around the country. And apologies for the dog in the background.
I was wondering if that was your dogs, but thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, I'd like to support Councillor Greco's sort of omnibus amalgamated motion that he's put up. But I also like to speak in favour of the flexibility that's been introduced to this in regard to motions. Putting up motions to MAV or ALGA is quite a lengthy formal process that council does, and we're doing it really in isolation with our own councils in our own issues. But I've been to many ALGA conferences, and they do provide an opportunity to meet with major parties and crossbenchers, make themselves very available for council causes and council issues that we're raising. So what happens inside the conference is one thing. What happens on the edge of the conference is another thing, in terms of lobbying amongst councillors and sectors, people who don't normally meet, people that you meet from Central Australia and Northern Australia. And the flexibility is required because sometimes, and obviously we work closely with City of Yarra, Moreland, Port Phillip, sometimes Victorian sort of progressive councils need to get together and make some strategic decisions about whether they can push harder than they thought, or whether they need to go back a bit on some issues so that we can get a collective support from the conference floor. So that kind of flexibility is really important when you're looking to a point of whether you can do more than you thought when you arrive there and views are changing, or sometimes tactically where we need to do less to gather more people into a cause or into one of our issues. So I really appreciate that kind of flexibility coming into this direction from council on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Are there any further speakers? Now, technically, we had a Councillor Hannan speak against the motion, although he helped to strengthen the motion. So Councillor Greco has a right of reply before we go to the vote. Councillor Greco, did you want a right of reply?
Yes, I did. But all I wanted to say is I wanted to thank the officers for pulling all this together in one afternoon, and I'm really thankful for the mighty effort. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greco, and thank you to all the councillors that have come up and your efforts, Councillor Greco, Councillor Hannan, Councillor Rennie just then, and even Councillor McCarthy, and to come up to this point. So I'm going to put this to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. That's been carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors and officers, as I said. The next item on the agenda is item number 8.5, Domestic Animal Management Plan, known as DAP. Do we have any questions to the officers? No questions. Councillors, do I have a motion? Thank you for putting that up on the screen. So that is the officer's recommendation. Can I please see this? Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Happy to move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillors, do I have a seconded by Councillor Rennie? Councillor Williams, would you like to speak to the motion of movement of the officer's recommendation?
I'd like to thank the officers for the report that has come this evening, and all to the community members from DAMP and other key stakeholders, and particularly the participants from our public exposition and engagement and their feedback that have been collected for this final copy of the plan. Now, most people either have or currently own an animal, and we treat them like another family member. Animals contribute to many benefits, especially to people's mental and physical benefits, but all including the well-being and companionship particularly to the physical and social connections that it actually gains. And here's mine coming up to me, nudging me as I speak. Council has a statutory obligation to submit the adopted, which was the 1st of December 2021. However, due to COVID, Council was granted an extension to the 4th of March 2022. If we fail to submit this Darebin Animal Management Plan after the 4th of March, it will result in Council being in breach of its obligations under the Domestic Animal Act. So the Domestic Animal Management Plan Committee has spent years working to achieving what was the best outcome for Darebin Metro community, which is very different compared to other councils, such as a rural council. The plan covers how to encourage responsible ownership of dogs and cats, ensuring that people comply with the Act, to minimise the risk of attacks by dogs and on people and animals, how to handle overpopulation and high euthanasia rates for dogs and cats, encourage the registration and identification of cats and dogs, minimise the potential for dogs and cats to not be a nuisance. Council will continue to protecting local biodiversity, including wildlife. Generally, the feedback was very supportive to the plan. However, there was some people went a bit further and wanted the 24/7 cat curfew. The fact that the cat curfew hasn't been out for very long, and we've been most of that time that when it did come out, we've been in COVID or lockdown. So we've decided that we think it's important to continue with that at this point in time. But of course, all these plans and times can all be changed at a later date if things obviously escalate. But finally, Council will explore an in-house animal management model at Epping site, which will come back to Council later this year, but it's definitely separate from this agenda item. But thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. As Councillor Williams has outlined, this is a process that all councils are required to undertake. And I think it would be fair to say that it's not an easy thing to arrive at agreement across our community about the competing needs and desires of people and what matters to them. On the one hand, we have people, understandably, who are very attached to their pets and have particular ideas about what freedoms their pets should have and how what appropriate pet ownership looks like. We also know that biodiversity is incredibly important in our municipality and that we need, and everyone needs, to do more to protect biodiversity. This is a tension, and I think it would be wrong from us to hide away from this tension which we experience. I think over time we will find that this plan gets stronger. At the moment, we have a cat curfew, which was introduced a couple of years ago, and which some members of our community have struggled with. I think in a few years, it will be fair to say people will accept much more willingly and easily that cats are and should be indoor animals. And I hope that in the future we can move towards a 24-hour cat curfew. I don't think we're there yet as a community. I think we need to continue with education, but importantly, I also believe that we need to have much more enforcement so that people whose cats are out do understand that that is simply not okay. Our policy says it's not okay. We need to make sure the word is out in the community. I personally still see too many cats, and our wildlife experiences great harm as a result of that. But this is the plan that we have arrived at for the moment, and I think it strikes the balance between bringing people along on a journey with us, and I hope it is a journey towards a much stronger regime and enforcement that protects biodiversity in our municipality.
Thank you, Councillor Rennie. Do we have any further speakers? As there are no further speakers, I'll put this item to the vote. All those in favour? That is affirmed by Councillor McCarthy, Messina, Rennie, Hannan, Lawrence, Williams, Demetriadis and Councillor Greco. All those against? Councillor Newton. That item's been carried. Thank you. Councillors, the next item on the agenda is 8.6, Darebin Transport Strategy Refresh and Electric Vehicle Policy. Councillors, are there any questions to the officers? Councillor Demetriadis.
Thank you, Mayor. In particular, so in the the Darebin transport strategy, it mentions that council intends on increasing the number of residents living within and close to activity centres and high order public transport, such as train and tram corridors. Does this mean that council will be supporting more developments such as the Nightingale apartments in Fairfield that have no parking available to its occupants and has caused many issues for local businesses and residents since most occupants do own a car?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Through you, Mayor, we've recognised the importance of parking supply, which is set through the planning scheme. And in fact, we've put a new and suggested a new amendment to the transport strategy that reflects that. So the new amendment we're proposing is continue to manage access to parking in areas where demand is greater than supply with consideration of accessibility, economic development and equity, and improving the quality of parking supply in new development.
Thank you. Are there any further, Councillor Demetriadis?
Oh, sorry. Thank you for that reply, but it still doesn't answer my question whether developments such as the Nightingale apartments will actually be on the agenda moving forward, will be considered.
I might bring that over to Rachel.
Through you, Mayor. The Darebin transport strategy isn't the sort of specific framework that's considered in development decisions. So development decisions will be considered under the planning scheme. The direction in the strategy is about providing sufficient parking, as Vanessa has outlined.
Okay, thank you. I do have another question. Would council be providing Darebin land to private, this is about the EV policy. So would council be providing Darebin land to private enterprises for free so they can profit by installing their EV chargers, or could Darebin receive compensation for the private enterprises having exclusive use of council land?
Vanessa, or?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Demetriadis, and through you, Mayor. The primary intent of the design of the policy is to leverage private investment in providing infrastructure. We haven't considered that detail, but we can consider that through the consultation process.
Thank you. Thanks. I have another question. The report indicates that the impact on walking and riding bike riding will be considered to approve EV charging stations. However, will you also consider the impact to people with disability or who have mobility aids such as scooters or a wheelchair, who don't walk and who don't ride bikes?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Demetriadis. Yes, absolutely. So the full needs of the community will be considered, and we'll undertake consultation to make sure that we understand what those local needs are in the area.
So will that be included in the policy? Because it currently just says walking and bike riding.
In the policy, we talk about the consultation requirement to make sure that we're considering the needs of the adjacent businesses, residents and visitors.
Okay, but it clearly points out walking and bike riding. So do you have to elaborate on that? I'm just wondering, or because it's quite restrictive.
Thank you, Councillor Demetriadis. The intent is not to be restrictive. Council very much supports the provision of parking spaces to allow mobility access, so we can explore that detail when we go through the consultation process for the policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I've just got one last question. Thank you, Mayor. The report is clear that the EV parking spots will be exclusive for for electric vehicles being currently, like at the time, being charging, and EVs not being charged cannot park there. So my question is, how can we avoid ending up in a situation where we have a large number of parking spaces reserved for EV charging, but residents and patrons of shops put their EVs in a paying charging station even if they don't need to charge their car because there's not enough non-charging parking available?
Thanks for the question, Councillor, and through you, Mayor. Councillor, the policy has been designed to make sure that we maintain parking access. So there are some specific provisions that we're proposing in there that guides that. And importantly,
We'll only consider spots where locations where there are multiple parking spaces available to cater well for all types of vehicles. We would also look to the demand there. So we'd only be considering putting in these facilities if indeed there was the demand for them. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, consulting with that local area around where the proposed infrastructure charging is destined is really important to understand what those needs are of the local people, their residents, or be they businesses.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any further questions? If not, can I, Councillor Greco.
Thank you, members. And look, I just have one question, if I may, just in relation to freight and how that will be managed. I'm particularly concerned about the northern end of our city, where we have our industrial areas that now clashing with residential areas. And I was just wondering, in terms of the consultation, what sort of level of consultation will take place with the community about addressing freight routes within the northern end of our city?
Thank you, Councillor Greco, for your question. I'd like to refer your question to my colleague, Kevin DeLue.
Thank you for the question. Through you, the Mayor. In terms of the consultation, we'll be undertaking quite a thorough process, both online and face-to-face, COVID restrictions permitting. We'll be reaching out to businesses and residents and community groups, and also COLD members of our community. So making sure that we get a wide range of views, ensuring that in particular with the freight, we know that we've been hearing a lot through the Your Street, Your Say consultation process as well. So quite a thorough process.
Thank you. Are there any further questions?
Supplementary question. Thank you, officers, for the answers. But I was particularly interested, given in the northern end of our city, where we have a lot of people from a cold background, I was just wondering what special effort will be made as a result of this report going out to consult our residents, particularly around developing new strategies around freight management and freight routes in that part of the city. I'm particularly concerned about that because this is going to be the key opportunity for the community to consult. And if that input does not come in, then it's not reflected in officer recommendations. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Greco.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Greco, and apologies, Mayor, for interrupting you then. Through you, Mayor, Councillor Greco, yep, freight is a very, very important issue for the community. So through the recent project, we consulted on Your Street, Your Say. We reached out and established consultation with many community leaders in the north, and we also ran some sessions for specific COLD groups. So we would look to work with those community groups to make sure that we're accessing and reaching those communities so they can talk to us and we can hear their concerns around freight in the north.
And one final question, if I may, through you, Mayor, is that also in relation to a 40 kilometre speed thing, what does the policy say, or what would be the level of consultation in relation to introducing 40 kilometre zones in the northern part of our city, where, from my understanding, there aren't any apart from some stretches of streets in shopping centres?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Greco. The transport strategy is designed to set broad goals and actions for achieving safety. Looking at reducing the speeds to 40 kilometres, that's a more technical level of decision making, and the Your Street, Your Say process, our local area placemaking project, is the way that we'll engage with the community and do that technical analysis to inform future applications to the state government.
Thank you. Thank you, Vanessa, Kevin, and Councillor Greco and Councillor Dimitriadis to unpack some of those questions. Councillors, are there any further questions, or do I have a motion? This is the officer's recommendation. That's moved by Councillor Hannan. Are you moving the motion, Councillor Hannan? And seconded by Councillor Newton. Councillor Hannan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to speak in favour of the officer's motion as in the report. I think this is a great piece of work and a really important one as part of our vision and strategy for the municipality. Partly it's an update. I mean, we already have a pretty substantial transport policy here, but you know, transport is constantly evolving, the way that people travel around and through Darebin, and so partly there's been some work done to make sure that this that our policy and our strategy keeps up to date with the times and looking far ahead to the future of where things are going. I just wanted to focus on one part, which is around electric vehicles or EVs. As we're in a climate emergency, this is a welcome development by council and by residents. It's been great to see. You know, I've had a number of inquiries of people saying, "What's happening with electric vehicles? How can we have more of them? Where are we going to put them? How can I charge mine?" And what's been so certainly council has the willingness to facilitate the scaling up of electric vehicles, but what's been the missing link, if you like, is actually a policy of, well, where can we put them and how do we charge them, and some of the technical aspects of that. It's a very complex area, and so this is a key piece of work that needs to be done in order to go to the next step, which is to actually put it out there for public consultation. There'll be a range of voices heard. Anytime you're talking about use of public space and public funds, potentially, there'll be a number of opinions to be considered. But this is the first step in order to be able to put it out there for consultation. Just a few points I wanted to note about the electric vehicles draft policy. It's for all types of EVs, so including bikes, and you know, there's all sorts of scooters and other vehicles which are coming onto the market now, and all types of residents. And it's stated in the report that it particularly should be seen as supporting health for older people, people with disabilities, families with young children, etc. A key consideration is equity, and rightfully so. Who pays for this? You know, who gets access to it and who pays for it? And the draft policy looks at the ability to unlock private funding or user pays funding rather than having people who don't use it pay for the people that do. So I think that's entirely appropriate, and I think it's well written, and I commend it to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hannan. Councillor Newsham, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Member Senior, and thank you, Councillor Hannan, for moving the motion. So I think there's a lot to like about what has been put forward tonight. Something that I found really interesting about looking through the strategy that's existed since 2007 is how much even then we were thinking about moving people to active transport and other ways of travel. We're in a very quickly changing space at the moment. There's a lot more electric vehicles coming in. I'm sure people have seen a lot more electric scooters at the moment too. There's also a huge uptake in e-bikes too. And what I'm really, really interested in is what people in the community have to say about how their habits are changing and what they need from Darebin Council in terms of how they can get around the city easiest. I really like how this is very integrated. It talks about all forms of transport. And as Councillor Greco talked about before, also looking at how we deal with freight and that sort of thing. And I think something that's really shifted in the last couple of years is that we're often really moving around very locally now. So I'm very interested to hear what the community says about that. And I think probably one thing I'd add is that there are many different road users. There's pedestrians, there's people in electric scooters, there's people with disabilities, there's pedestrians, there's all types of users. And this is looking at how they can all be accommodated for. I don't see that walking or cycling is necessarily a threat to people with disabilities. In fact, if people are out of their cars and there's less traffic on the road, that's going to make it a lot easier for ambulances, people with disabilities to get around too if there's less traffic. So really looking forward to hearing what the community has to say on this.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers, councillors? Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Member Senior. Look, I just want to focus in on the freight issue, and I welcome what the other councillors Councillor Hannan and Councillor Newton have already said. I'm really looking forward that once this transport draft policy goes out, that we really take the time to consult with the community around freight issues. And why I say that, because there's a greater density that's occurred, particularly at the end of our city, and the question then becomes the interface between the industrial areas and the residential areas. And in all the time that I've been on council, this has been a constant issue that's been raised, and I think we have to really take a big dive in terms of how we systemically address the freight routes that come through our city. I don't think we could continue on with the existing freight routes. Even from a council perspective, we look at the damage that is often caused, particularly at roundabouts, and also the danger that it brings with it in relation to big trucks and the cost of movement of heavy vehicles around the northern end of the city. So I'm really looking forward that we can really dig down and get some good consultation, and that I'm looking forward for the policy to come back to us, and then I'll be carefully looking at how we develop a strategy and an innovative strategy, and I think perhaps a courageous strategy around addressing and managing future freight routes within our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Are there any further speakers? Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to highlight something which is in the report, and I think it's worth highlighting because I think it's a significant shift in tone and language, which I think both council is proposing to adopt, but I think it's actually also incumbent upon us as councillors to also make an extra effort to adopt the language that is proposed in the report. And that is, there's a note that I'll just draw to councillors' attention that's contained on page 288 of the agenda paper. It's a bit further into the report under electric vehicle policies, which says that when we talk about acknowledging that EV chargers, where they're being placed, we don't use the term being placed on council land, but rather refer to them being placed on Wurundjeri country. And I think this is a really interesting shift in terms of our language, because it's consistent with the commitment we've made to the Wurundjeri Corporation to actually acknowledge that the council land is actually their land, and to really make sure that we've integrated that recognition of their continuing ownership of land in all of our council documents, not just those that are specifically around obvious Wurundjeri business. Everything is Wurundjeri business. So I just wanted to highlight that. But also just to pick up one other point, which is on a completely different front, is the significant commentary that is included in the lack of active and public transport access for people in Darebin in the east and northern parts of the municipality, and particularly the lack of safety that is created, particularly for vulnerable road users, women in particular, for that last kilometre of travel, where there is not a safe, well-lit or accessible bicycle path, for instance, or travelling path for that last stretch. We need to make a significant effort, and I think it's incumbent upon all councillors to push for those improvements in those parts of the municipality, given the strong work we've had in the south. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. So we've heard from Councillor Hannan, Councillor Newton, Councillor Greco, and Councillor McCarthy. Are there any further speakers? We'll put that motion to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. That is carried unanimously. Councillors, thank you. The next item we have on the agenda is item number 8.7, contract CT 2021-1147, supply and deliver two-sided loading green waste trucks. And councillors, there will be some amendments based on the officer's recommendations that'll be, if we're going with that way, that need to be inserted. So before we move on to the motion itself, do we have any questions to the officers? And welcome, Sam and Brett. No? No questions? Councillors, do I have a motion? I didn't see which councillor had their hand up. Could you please read out, or can you sing out, because I can't see the whole gallery?
I'll put my hand up.
Yeah, so Councillor Rennie is moving.
The second.
Second. Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Rennie, would you like to speak to the officer's
Mayor
recommendation?
Messina, I might just confirm that I will be putting into that motion the officer's recommended tenderer.
Yep. Would you like to read them out, or is it on the screen already?
No,
Can I just
maybe they weren't on the screen, so perhaps we could put them up on the screen so that everyone's clear. So that is as per the report.
Yep.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rennie.
This is, you know, about so much more than garbage trucks. This is about council's ability to deliver on our commitment to the community to roll out food and organic waste collection to every household that currently gets a council waste service. And I think this is one of the most fundamental and important things we will do in the third year of our council term. We know that when food waste goes to landfill, it is responsible for significant amounts of emission. It also costs our community huge amounts of money because of the landfill levy. And I think garbage trucks are really quite exciting. And these are not just any garbage trucks, they are really special. They've got dual side loaders so that they can pick up those bins and get that organic waste where it needs to go. I've had the real privilege of going out to the Veolia site in Buller Road out near Sunbury and actually seeing how it is processed into the most beautiful fine compost that is then used on farms in Melbourne's food bowl. And you know, that is a really valuable contribution. And the next thing we need to do is convey to our community the importance of using this service so that we really absolutely minimise and preferably absolutely eliminate food waste going into the rubbish stream. So these two trucks will cost just short of $1 million. It's a sizable investment for council. But there has been, in keeping with this type of investment, a very rigorous procurement process, which has looked at multiple aspects of council's procurement policy and has determined that these trucks represent very best value for money for our community, but also that they will come with great service and great guarantees, and that the procurement has taken into account some social and environmental factors as well. So I think that's probably enough said. I look forward to seeing them on the road collecting the green waste. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Rennie. Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to highlight something else. I think Councillor Rennie's really covered it really well. It's just one other element, which is that there is some really interesting commentary in the report around the sorts of vehicles that we're procuring and about making sure that those vehicles are also not only effective in the task of supporting our significant green waste and FOGO activity, but that they're also accessible vehicles that enable people from a range of different age groups, abilities and backgrounds to be able to operate this machinery. And one of the things that's really interesting actually is about us thinking about the fact that when we purchase a vehicle like this, we also need to think about diversifying our workforce. And I think that's a really interesting insight in terms of the equity considerations that council has, not just in its social programs and economic programs, but also in its procurement as well. So I just wanted to congratulate the officers on their work in that and really hearing what council has been calling for in that space. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Are there any further speakers? Councillors, I'm going to put that item to the vote. All those in favour? That is supported by Councillor, yep, that's Councillor Williams. Sorry, I can't see. Can you put your hand? Yep, great. That's supported by all councillors unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, I'm going to offer a 10-minute break, just a refreshment one. So can we come back at 8:21? Can I ask that the screen be put up in the middle with the message that we were taking a 10-minute break? Thank you. See you all back at 8:21. Welcome. Councillors, it is 8:21. Can I just ask that you mute yourselves and turn your camera on? Thank you. Just waiting on all councillors to do so. Thank you for your patience. I just thought you'd all welcome a little bit of a break. Councillors, please turn on your video. Thank you. Just waiting on Councillor Hannan, Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Greco to do so. Councillor Lawrence, can I ask that you be put on mute though, but we can not see you.
I'm just saying the host needs to let us in.
Yep, great. So I was going to say, that was my next line, but thank you. Just wait a few more minutes until the host does so. Thank you. I can confirm I can see you now, Councillor Lawrence. We'll just wait for, and Councillor Greco. Just wait for Councillor Hannan.
Councillor Rennie, I would be happy for you if you want to move the.
Councillor Greco, we're listening. So I can, yeah, we're live. So can I?
Live. Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Sorry. Can I
put
ask?
Myself on mute. Not a problem.
Yes. Thank you. Thanks. Sorry, Councillor Greco. Only because the gallery can hear us. Councillor Hannan. We'll just wait a few more minutes. We'll just wait for Councillor Hannan. Welcome. That's okay. Welcome, Councillor Hannan. Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillors, the next items we have to consider are item number 9, notices of motion. And I must point out, given that I am the author of item 9.1, the governance rule states that the person who is the author must move the notice of motion if they are in the room. So what I'm going to do is step down as the chair and invite the Deputy Mayor, Councillor McCarthy, to chair the next notice of motion, item number 9.1. So I'm officially stepping down as the chair and handing over to Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Councillor Messina. So, councillors, we have item 9.1 and Councillor Messina is noted as the mover of the motion. Councillor Messina, I'll just confirm that you are continuing to move the motion as it is listed in the agenda paper.
I am. Thank you, Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Councillor Messina. I'll ask if there is a seconder for the motion, please. Councillor Greco? Yep, thank you, Councillor Greco. Councillor Messina, would you like to speak to the motion?
The non straightforward, but I just want to not elevate my words or the words in the notice of motions. I want to share the words of Leon Stevens from February 2020. It is a poem that he wrote. If I stay home, I will starve. If I remain where I grew up, I will be poor. If I linger where my roots are, violence will take me. If I refuse to leave, I'll be forced to do dreadful things. If I knock on your door, it is not because I want to, it is because I want to live. So I urge all councillors to listen and reflect on the words of Leon Stevens and support his notice of motion. And given the atrocities that are now happening in the Ukraine, I seek for your support and know that you're with me on this journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Messina. Councillor Greco, as the seconder, would you like to speak to the motion? Councillor Greco.
Look, I've just unmuted. Look, thank you, Councillor, Deputy Mayor, Councillor McCarthy, who's acting chair. And firstly, I'd like to thank Councillor Messina for moving this motion and also for reciting that important poem. I think that really says it all in relation to this particular issue. And just to say that this motion is not only a motion from the Darebin Council, but it's a collective effort of a number of councils that are involved in raising the issue in relation to asylum seekers and refugees. And so it's a coordinated response by councils and in order to send a collective message to the federal government in relation to refugees. And as Councillor or Mayor Messina said, this also becomes particularly pertinent now given the war in Europe, and we're going to see hundreds of thousands, if not millions of refugees. And we've also seen this could help to soften, if you like, the existing federal government or a new federal government after the elections about opening Australia to more refugees and more asylum seekers, as it did post-Second World War. And so it's important that we keep insisting on this, because council in terms of the three tiers of government seem to be the lone voices in relation to pushing for the issue of recognition of refugees and asylum seekers to be part of our community and not to be punished for the fact that they are seeking asylum, whichever way they get to Australia, whether it's by boat, by plane, or those that come in a first class ticket on an airline. So, yep.
Thanks, Councillor Greco. Are there any other speakers in favour or speakers against? Councillor Rennie.
Thank you. It was very visible when asylum seekers were being held prisoner at Bell City that they were in our municipality and very much at the forefront of our minds. Just because they are now less visible does not mean that this problem has in any way gone away. Human rights abuses on the most extraordinary scale are happening right now in Australia because our government does not have the humanity to let people out of hotel detention and other places of detention. And in many cases, this has gone on for years and in many cases over a decade. That is a mind-boggling abuse of human rights. And every Australian needs to stand up and say, not in my name. And through this motion, we as a council and the collective of individuals and on behalf of our community are saying, not in our names. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Rennie. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Dimitriadis.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mayor, for raising this notice of motion. As a migration and refugee lawyer, I've heard firsthand the plight of many refugees, many who have faced unimaginable horrors in their homeland before taking a perilous journey to Australia, only to face indefinite offshore or onshore detention under cruel, repressive and restrictive settings. The recent invasion of Ukraine by Russia is only the latest visible example of why some people will need to flee their homes and seek refuge in a country like Australia. Refugees and asylum seekers are people with hopes and dreams, and we cannot just turn our back on people and leave them with indefinite detention just because they arrived by boat. This motion continues our strong advocacy on asylum seekers and refugees. We have a long and proud history of calling on the rights of refugees to be respected and for the federal government to end indefinite detention and release the refugees into the community while the legal processes continue. I'm proud to support the Mayor with this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further speakers on this item? No, in that case, if there are no further speakers.
Councillor McCarthy, can I speak briefly?
Sorry, Councillor Newton, I didn't see your hand. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I'm very supportive of this motion, and I think it's timely to remember the men that are in the Park Hotel, many of whom were previously at Mantra at Bell City. We've got an escalating situation in Ukraine currently, and there's a lot of attention on that, as well as the recent issues in Afghanistan, but what we've got here is cruelty that is made by the Australian government for people that have been here for years and years and years and years. So the more that we can do and raise our advocacy with other councils to get these men out and free, I think it's incredibly important and timely.
Thank you, Councillor Newton. If there are no further councillors that wish to speak to the item, I'll just check one last time. Okay, in that case, councillors, I'll put the motion to the vote. Those in favour? And I'll declare that unanimous. Thank you, councillors. I'll hand back the chair to Councillor Messina. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Thank you, councillors, for supporting that. Now I'd like to move to the next item on the agenda, is item number 9.2, which is the Darebin Creek Management Committee MOU. Councillor Demetriadis, would you like to move your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I don't think it's come up on the screen yet. So
wait for that to come on the screen also. Can I just confirm that that is your motion, Councillor Demetriadis?
Yes. Sorry. Yes, the changes. Yeah. Thank you. That's right.
Do I have a seconder? Now, I can't see the gallery. Yep. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Greco. So it's moved by Councillor Demetriadis, seconded by Councillor Greco. Councillor Demetriadis, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, ma'am. As we all know, Darebin Creek Management Committee does significant work along Darebin Creek and has had a long and ongoing relationship with Darebin Council to help support them in their very important work. While DCMC's work is highly valued, Council still does not have an MOU with the group to formally acknowledge the ongoing relationship. On the 26th of April 2021, a resolution was unanimously passed to ensure an MOU would be finalised with DCMC for the year 2021 to 2022. But this has not occurred 10 months later, and there is only 4 months remaining in this financial year. In addition, there has been a reduction in funding to DCMC over the past 2 years, with no logical explanation of why this has been occurring. In a recent email to councillors from the CEO of DCMC, the CEO clearly sets out the figures paid by Darebin Council. I encourage all councillors to refer to this email. In 2020 to 2021, Darebin Council made 2 payments to DCMC, one in regards to their annual funding and a further payment for the Darebin Darebin Parklands Management Plan. Then in 2021 to 2022, the annual funding was reduced, and officers are claiming this is because of the additional payment that was made for the management plan. However, this was an additional payment. It was not part of the annual funding for DCMC. All other member councils of DCMC, that is Whittlesea, Banyule, Yarra City Council, are meeting their agreed funding commitments, but Darebin Council is not, and instead are not being honest with the organisation, transparent or accountable with why this is occurring. Furthermore, the MOU with DCMC should be of sufficient duration to provide DCMC with security and the ability to plan ahead. The last MOU between DCMC and Council expired in 2020, which is why I am again moving a motion today for the Mayor and officers to meet with DCMC to resolve these issues and formalise the MOU. I hope all councillors will support this NOM because DCMC does wonderful work for the environment, and it is unfair that they are having such a difficult time with Darebin Council alone. Thank you.
Councillor Greco. Thank you, Councillor Demetriadis. Councillor Greco.
May I reserve my right to speak?
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Messina. Look, yes, I want to really stand up and support this motion of Councillor Emily Demetriadis. Obviously, the Darebin Creek is such an important waterway, along with the Merri Creek, in this city. And in fact, the Darebin Creek gives people access all the way to the Yarra, if we want to take it in terms of walking and cycling, etc. on the trail now that we've lobbied with Banyule and Yarra to complete. And it also gives us great access back up to Bundoora Park, which we're working on creating better. pedestrian and cycle access to. It incorporates some of the best and most successful community-led parklands in our city, which is the Darebin Parklands, of course, which is the net result of over 50 years of community council activism, and it's just an extraordinary piece of parkland. And then it includes some of our most needy pieces of Darebin Creek that present quite a challenge up around your ward, Mayor Messina, and also into Councillor Williams' ward and into my ward, where there's a lot of challenge to bring the landscape back to life and rewild it, because there's been a lot of significant changes there. So not to mention even contamination along there industrially and otherwise. So we really need to refresh this partnership with Darebin Creek Management Committee, and I think it's a real time for it to extend right across the whole creek area in our city and to activate it. But we need to be bringing the resources to do that, and we also need to be bringing the relationship along to do that successfully. So I hope this motion leads to some productive work and re-engagement there.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. We've heard from Councillor Dimitriadis of the mover. Councillor Greco has reserved his right, and Councillor Lawrence. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Hannan.
Thanks, Mayor Messina. I need to speak against this notice of motion. There is basic factual errors in terms of the advice that we've been given about the amounts of payment. So the premise for the whole notice is flawed.
Point of order, Mayor.
Can you please advise which item it relates to?
Well, I don't have the.
I can't accept it. I can't accept it until you.
Well, 10.1H is firstly misrepresentation. Then there's also a misrepresentation to say that this is completely false and flawed. This norm is to get a resolution. It's not saying what the resolution is to find a resolution between Darebin Council by having the mayor and an officer go and speak with a representative of DCMC. So it's clearly not a flawed process.
Well, I think from what I understood, and perhaps you can rephrase what your intent, Councillor Hannan, because I think your intent is perhaps a misinterpretation how Councillor Dimitriadis and others may have received that. So, Councillor Hannan, would you please rephrase what your intent is? Because my understanding that was not your intent based on what I heard.
Could I have some more time on the clock, please, Mayor?
Absolutely. I'm going to stop the clock. Beg your pardon. Now, I did not notice what time the clock was stated at because I was trying to go to my point of order, but stop the clock, please. I'll tell you when to start it. Thank you. Councillor Hannan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to take back my previous comments. What I would say is that this notice of motion is based on one set of figures. Councillor Dimitriadis referred to a set of figures provided to us just today by the Darebin Creek Management Committee. This is by no means only just a spectre of the wonderful work that the Darebin Creek Management Committee does for our environment and our community. However, there is an alternative set of figures provided to us by staff. So we really are not in a position to have this discussion. It shouldn't have come to the chamber. It should have been the first case.
Point of order there, Mayor. That's another misrepresentation.
Just one moment. Yep, okay, just one moment. I'm actually going to go to the point of order rules, 10.1.
Hey, I believe I can find them.
That's what I've got it in front of me, Councillor Dimitriadis. Because from my understanding, you have a difference opinion that contradicts the opinion of Councillor Hannan, and that is not a ground. That is not a ground.
Sorry, I haven't even stated the ground of why I think it's a misrepresentation.
You don't have to. All you need to do is state the item and the item number, and then it proceeds, and then I will listen to what Councillor Hannon has stated, and I determine whether we continue or not. So, Councillor Hannon, can you please continue?
Thank you, Mayor. It's also some of the, I'd like to dispute some of the statements made by Councillor Dimitriadis. I find it insulting and offensive that Councillor Dimitriadis has used her speaking time to accuse staff of being dishonest without giving them the chance of replying. A simple
Point of order,
process.
Mayor. That's sorry. Point of order, Mayor. That's definitely a misrepresentation. I have spoken to staff about this particular item, and the information I'm getting.
We're not entering to debate. You need.
Well, I'm sorry, Mayor, but these are misrepresentations, and they're accusing me of actually being.
Councillor Dimitriadis, please go to your. Do you have the governance rules in front of you?
Got them.
Yeah. So, what does it state? What does it state?
About what? The point of order.
Yes, go to the item number 10.1. It says what you state it to. You actually don't have to enter into the debate. You need to actually itemise the item. 10.1 valid points of order. It clearly says the councillor raising the point must, if I may, clearly state the point of order in accordance with the provisions of the subclause 10.1(1) and state any section, clause, paragraph or provision relevant to the point of order before resuming his or her seat. His or her seat. So which item does it reflect to you? Misleading?
Yes, that's correct. And also improper behaviour, which is D.
Well, I actually did hear you say some comments in relation to the officers. So, Councillor Dimitriadis, please. I actually heard you say that. And
I did say it because I have spoken to them. So I'm not debating that. I've spoken to them, and that's the information I received.
Councillor Dimitriadis, we're entering into debate. That's not what we're doing. I have to, you are ruling on an item that Councillor Cannon has stated. I did hear some statements in your opening statement that were quite misleading. So I'm sorry. I let that go. We're going to stop the clock, and Councillor Hannon is going to continue the debate. Please put yourself on mute. Councillor Hannon, please continue.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the only appropriate thing to do with this item is to send it back to a briefing.
Point of order.
Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, Mayor, I've got point of order 4.1H and 4.1D. To suggest that an item shouldn't be coming to the chamber is improper. It's a breach of reading rules.
Okay, so point
because
of
the
order.
meeting rules obviously allow this matter to come here. Number two, accusing someone of dishonesty in a written motion.
Stop.
Because you're not doing your job. You're not doing your job.
Councillor Lawrence, please mute yourself. First and foremost, I am doing my job. Please mute yourself. Councillor Dimitriadis had stated some commentary that I actually allowed in the chamber, that I should have actually pulled her up on it, number one. Number two, points of order are based on valid points of order of 10.1. It is a whole list of what items were. That's not what you stated. I'm going to ask that resumed by Councillor Hannon to continue his statement. Thank you.
Sorry, Mayor. Councillor Lawrence did state his point of order as 10.1H and 10.1D.
That's not what I heard.
Well, I'm sorry.
4.1.
He said 4. So, Councillor Dimitriadis, please do not interject. Now, over to Councillor Hannon.
And
once
Mayor,
again.
I said 4.1H and 4.1D. Can you make a ruling quick?
There's no
so
ruling.
that we can hurry up.
Over to Councillor Hannon. Continue. Put yourself on mute, Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Hannon, please continue.
I'd like to move a dissent in the chair.
There's no ruling. Over to you, Councillor Hannon. Continue.
I'm happy to second that.
That is a ruling.
There's no ruling. I've made no ruling. Just because you don't agree with what I've made no ruling. Continue, Councillor Hannon.
How about getting some
So can I review the meeting rules? So the meeting rules say that this matter can't
First
come
of all,
here.
first
The
of all,
meeting rules say this matter can come here.
Stop. I'm going to adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes and I go back to what I've stated. Thank you very much. Can I ask the officers to please adjourn the meeting for a further 10 minutes while I get some governance advice? Thank you very much.
fighting.
Tim, you might want to mute.
Mute.
Councillors, can I ask you all to mute yourself and turn your cameras on? Thank you.
Our cameras are disabled.
Yep, I'll just
By the
wait.
host.
Yeah, we'll just wait. Thanks, Councillor Lawrence.
I'd just like to foreshadow a motion to extend the meeting, procedural motion.
It's only 9 o'clock.
Is it? Okay, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong time.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Can I ask you?
What time is it?
It's 8:56 p.m, Councillor Lawrence. Can I ask you to put your camera, you're allowed.
I'm looking at something else.
Can I ask that you?
No, we're fine. It feels like we've got the time to the stage of, well, we're in notice of motion. Normally we extend now, don't we?
Thank you. Can I ask you to put your, thank you. I'll wait for Councillor Williams. Thank you, Councillor Williams. Thank you, councillors. Can I just remind you, all councillors, to really watch the words that we're using in the chamber, all of us. And I've spoken to governance, and we've had a discussion, and basically, Councillor Lawrence, stating that you have a difference of opinion based on item number 10.12 is to contradict a speaker, is not grounds for raising a point of order. So now I'm going to go back to reset the clock, go back to Councillor Hannan. I'm going to ask all councillors, just be mindful of the language we use in the chamber. Thank you. I'm going to ask the clock be set at 1 minute left, just at 1 minute. So even if it goes back to 2, Councillor Hannan, you've got 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I take on board your advice. Thank you. I think I've made my point on this notice of motion. I've got nothing more to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to propose an amendment which has been circulated to councillors and officers and should hopefully appear on screen.
Thank you. Do I have, that's moved by Councillor McCarthy. Do I have a seconder?
Yes.
Councillor Newton. Right. Is that acceptable to Councillor Dimitriadis? Councillor Dimitriadis.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the email. There's actually 2, so I'm trying to.
Thank you.
2 that was sent. So is it the last one?
It's the most recent one, Councillor Dimitriadis.
So 1, 2, and 4 as is, delete points 3, 5, and 6. Can I just have a look at what they are? 3,
Sure.
5.
Can I ask the people in IT to
Yeah,
bring
if you can
back?
put up the amendment.
Thank you.
With a view to expedite the MOU. Do we have a date for as soon as possible? Because they've only got 4 months to the end of the financial year.
So, Councillor McCarthy, are you willing to?
I'm happy to change the wording, Mayor. I take Councillor Dimitriadis' point about urgency, and I agree with that. So I'm happy to amend the wording so that point 4 reads, refers this matter to a council briefing with a view to expediting the MOU with DCMC so that it can be completed before the current MOU expires.
Thank you. Is that agreeable to the mover and the seconder of Councillor Dimitriadis' notice of motion 9.2?
There is no current MOU. I think that's the point.
Yeah.
Well, if someone would like to suggest the right words, I think I chose it as soon as possible. I chose as soon as possible to create a sense of.
Perhaps I could help.
Yes,
Mayor.
Thank you.
Rashmi, can you put the motion up on the screen, please? Councillors, what I would suggest is perhaps this might assist, that 4, read, refers this matter to a council briefing to be held before the end of March with a view to expediting the MOU with DCMC as soon as possible.
Thank you. Councillor McCarthy, is
Very
that
happy with that, Mayor.
So I'm going to go back to Councillor.
As the seconder, I don't accept the amendment.
Okay, Councillor Dimitriadis, do you accept the amendment?
I don't think it matters because the seconder doesn't.
Yeah, but you haven't stated, so I just wanted to know.
Well, I don't. No, then no.
Okay. All right. Do I have a seconder for Councillor McCarthy's amendment? Councillor Newton. Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. I want to start off by thanking Councillor Dimitriadis for bringing the concern about the DCMC MOU situation to Councillor's attention. I've previously, in many council terms ago, it sounds like, had the pleasure of serving on the DCMC committee, and I know other councillors have found it a really rewarding experience to be involved in that part of the governance process. I'm conscious that in these sorts of situations, we want to make sure that council is doing its level best in its partnership with organisations like DCMC and MCMC as well. And there is a reference, of course, to MCMC's MOU. So I appreciate the passion and fervour with which Councillor Dimitriadis has brought this to us and the urgency that she sees, and I understand that urgency. However, I also am aware that there are some points at which there may not be agreement between councillors, or maybe disagreement in terms of the interpretation. So what I'm trying to do here is find a way forward in the interests of expediting this situation on behalf of DCMC, so that we can actually have this matter resolved as quickly as possible. I don't want us to finish this meeting without a resolution or without the clarity that I think Councillor Dimitriadis is seeking and has sought to bring to our attention. So I think there is a way forward here, and I'd ask councillors to consider this middle path, which simply means that we can bring this to a briefing, we can actually have all the questions raised and unpacked, and I think create the environment through which a resolution and a new MOU can be resolved as quickly as possible. I won't go into the details of what councillors have been provided with in terms of information from officers, but what I would say is I have absolute confidence that the organisations, both organisations, will be able to find agreement in the time period available, and I think bringing this to a briefing is probably going to help us resolve this quickly. So I want to thank Councillor Dimitriadis again for her interest and passion for the organisation. I think it's really important that we do our level best as councillors to agitate and advocate for the organisations and groups we're involved in. And I think this is an example of where council can unpack the issues. You know, I've called for in the past myself significant increased funding for both CREEC committees, and I'd be happy to explore that. But I'd like to look at all the options. And I'd certainly like to get a bit more information rather than having a contested debate here and now. So I'm hoping that councillors can support that way forward, and obviously a clear public commitment in this meeting that this MOU will be resolved as quickly as possible, and certainly in the timeframe we've spoken about this evening. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Newton.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. Thank you, Councillor McCarthy, for putting forward the amendment. We talked earlier before about our ALGA motions, which have the theme of partnerships. I think this is an incredibly important partnership for Darebin Council and the Darebin Creek Management Committee. We want to make sure that we get it right. So it'd be great to hear from officers in a briefing about where this is at. And I think this is the best way forward.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Lawrence and then.
Yes, I'd just like to speak against the amendment that's been put up. The amendment, and obviously as an environmental activist and coming from an environmental activist family, community-based organisations have had to fight for decades to be properly funded, and we've had to fight against anti-environmentalists in all sorts of councils before. So this amendment seeks to sidestep the issue. The issue is the MOU, but the issue is also a dispute about $20,000. Now, the fact that there is a dispute and there's different interpretations shouldn't be walked away from. And in fact, the cat has been let out of the bag. Now that needs to be resolved. And it can't just be in the Deputy Mayor's amendment, he simply ignores the issue, which is typical of what I see with people who try and hold back environmental activism. They just want to ignore the issue. Funding is part of the issue. It isn't just patting people in the back. It isn't just having quiet little in-camera meetings. And obviously, there's more to do.
I'm loath to raise a point of order, but I feel that there's comments that have been made that are disparaging to other councillors. I'm going to leave it to you if you wish to raise it, but I don't wish to get into a point of order debate, but I would ask if Councillor Lawrence.
Yep. Councillor Lawrence.
Please.
I ask that you listen to the words I said at the beginning when we came back from our break, and ask that you please change your statement, especially the last sentence, please, based in relation to.
I was referring to decades of fighting for funding for community-based environmental activism. So I certainly don't step away about fighting those people for decades. And I'm not going to step away from fighting those people today, because the funding is an issue. It can't just be edited out of this conversation. We need to go and be honest with the Darebin Creek Management Committee and resolve whatever that dispute is. I'm not saying who is correct, but it is a dispute and we need to resolve that.
Thank you, Councillor
I'm
Lawrence.
happy to withdraw any other words that might have referred to current councillors. I was actually talking about decades of activism to fund these groups.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. Look, I want to speak against the amendment because I think we've got it the wrong way around. First of all, from a process issue perspective, briefings are not decision-making forums. We can't bring this to a briefing and provide decisions or directions to officers in regards to that's wrong. That's bad governance. What the original motion does is basically say, let's go out to the group, both yourself, Mayor, and also some senior officers. Let's hear from the group and let's pay respect to them. They've got this concern. I've seen an email that came through today. And then once the officers, and through you, Mayor, have gone and spoken with the group, gathered the information, then we could have a briefing about that. And then after that, it could lead to a resolution, whether it's done under the operative banner or a resolution that then comes to council as a way of resolving this matter. Just go into a briefing and then trying to seek, we can't do it. Just from a process and governance perspective, we can't do it. And I think we owe it to the group, as the motion puts forward, is to say, okay, we want to hear from you. And then with that information, together with officer information, we can hear all the various versions, and then determine what we do there. So I think I understand Councillor McCarthy's intent of trying to find a middle way around this, but I think we've got it the wrong way around. Let's stick with the original resolution. And let's debate that. Let's go out, get the information, and then we can deal with the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've heard from Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Newton, and Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Greco. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Demetriadis.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to have to agree with Councillor Greco that this is this going back to a briefing will actually prolong the issue. It's already been 10 months. That they should have had a MOU before 10 months ago when the MOU should have started, and going to a briefing just makes the whole process a lot longer. And as Councillor Greco said, we aren't allowed to make decisions in briefings. We can hear all the evidence, we can hear all the actually, we won't even be able to hear all the evidence because we won't be able to get in, we won't have the DCMC actually talking to us. It'll be the officers who are going to be providing their point of view. And obviously in this case, there's a dispute. So there's two sides of it to every argument. So this is why my notice of motion actually suggested that the mayor goes out with an officer to the DCMC and tries to resolve it. I'm not saying, you know, one way or another, but we need a resolution. It's been 10 months. There was a unanimous resolution to actually get this done in April last year, and it wasn't done. So I am not in support of going to a briefing at this stage because it's just making the whole process even longer.
Thank you. So we've heard from Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Newton, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Greco, Councillor Dimitriadis. Are there any further speakers? Councillors, I'd like to put that amendment to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Newton, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie, Councillor Hannan. All those against? Councillor Messina, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Greco, Councillor Williams. That motion is lost. We go back to the motion that was submitted for 9.2, Councillor Dimitriadis. We've heard from Councillor Dimitriadis. Councillor Greco reserved his right. Councillor Hannan spoke against it. Do we have any further speakers? We'll put that item to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Messina, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Greco, Councillor Williams, Councillor Dimitriadis. All those against? Oh, Councillor Rennie, I didn't. Councillor Hannan, Councillor Newton. All those against? Councillor Hannan, Councillor Newton, and Councillor McCarthy, you're reserving your right? Sorry, you're
no,
staying?
sorry, Mayor, I had my hand up, but it was not picking up. So
Okay. Can I go back? Sorry, obviously the camera, and please ask that you put your hand in front of you. So we're going back to item number 9.2, which was the original notice of motion by Councillor Dimitriadis. It was moved by Councillor Dimitriadis. We've heard from all the speakers on that particular item 9.2. All those in favour, please put your hand in front so I can see it. Councillor Messina, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Greco, Councillor Williams, Councillor Rennie, Councillor McCarthy. All those against? Councillor Newton and Councillor Hannan. That item's been won. Thank you. Actually, it's been carried. I should not use those terms and those words. Apologies. Councillors, now we move on to item number 9.3, alleged political interference regarding Northcote Golf Course. Councillor Dimitriadis, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to see the notice of motion when it comes on the screen.
I just want to make sure that this is the one that you have submitted in the agenda that you'll be speaking to tonight, Councillor.
Yes, I believe so.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for this item, please? That's moved by Councillor Dimitriadis, second by Councillor Lawrence. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Williams. I saw Councillor Lawrence's hand up first, so I did call that out after I heard you. Sorry, apologies. Unless Councillor Lawrence, you'd like Councillor Williams, so to second it, I'll leave that over to both of you.
I'm happy to withdraw my seconding.
Thank you.
It's very hard for me to see things here too.
Thank you. So that's moved by Councillor Dimitriadis and second by Councillor Williams. Councillor Dimitriadis, would you like to speak to your notice of motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So at the outset, I'd like to state that this notice of motion is not about political parties, but about a Victorian upper house politician who has interfered in Council's consultation process on the future of the Northcote Golf Course and whether Darebin can now be viewed to have undertaken genuine community consultation. On the 7th of December last year, while Darebin Council was consulting the community about the golf course, the leader of the Greens Party sent a mass email to community members asking them to complete Darebin's survey in support of the Greens Party position to remove publicly accessible golf at Northcote Golf Course and, I quote, to ensure this site becomes public parklands co-managed by the Wurundjeri traditional owners. Now, there are a number of perceived problems with this letter, as well as the claims she has made. Firstly, Council to date has not decided on the future use of the Northcote Golf Course. Instead, in 2021, Council made a resolution to consult the community on the shared use of the golf course, thus asking members of the community how they would like golf to continue while also accessing the space. This is not what the Greens leader was promoting. In her email, the Greens party leader has very clearly called on her voters, and I quote again, to ensure the site becomes public parklands, therefore misrepresenting the consultation that was taking place, as well as the recent council resolution on the 25th of October that detailed the 3 shared use options. Secondly, in her letter, the Greens leader claims that Greens councillor Trent McCarthy and the whole Darebin Greens team have, and I quote again, led the campaign to have the Northcote Golf Course returned to public parkland. Now, if this is true, this is largely problematic because councillors need to be impartial and hear all sides of an argument before making a decision at a public council meeting. I'd like to remind councillors that as per the Local Government Act, we are prohibited from having a predetermined position. Yet, the leader of the Greens clearly states that Councillor McCarthy, and by implication the other 2 Greens, Councillor Hannan and Councillor Newton, have been, and I quote again, led the campaign to have Northcote Golf Course returned to public parkland. While I trust my colleagues will do the right thing, I think it is fair to say that publicly it would appear that Darebin may not be serious about undertaking genuine community consultation. Thanks to this email, community confidence in relation to fair and impartial decision-making has been threatened, along with Darebin Council's reputation. Right now, the public have every right to feel that Darebin Council may not have undertaken genuine consultation regarding Northcote Golf Course. It is clear that the interference in the consultation process by the leader of the Greens Party is not only a gross misrepresentation of Council's position of shared use, but also casts doubts on the impartiality of the Greens councillors on this council. We need to restore faith with our community that we can undertake genuine consultation by writing to the local Minister for Local Government to seek advice on the interference of the Greens Party leader in our consultation process.
Thank you, Councillor Demetriadis. Can I remind councillors to watch what they use and be respectful of what they enter into this chamber?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I don't understand where that
statement
I'm just asking.
It's a generic statement, Councillor Demetriadis. Now, can I ask?
But you've said it just after I did my speech, so I'm wondering what you're referring to.
I'm not referring to anything in particular. This is a sensitive debate, and I'm asking each individual councillor to be mindful of the words that they're going to use in the chamber. Now, it was moved by Councillor Williams. Councillor Williams, would you like to speak to the motion?
Well, I second the motion. I didn't move it, but I'd like to reserve my rights. Thank you.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, sorry, Mayor Messina, I'd like to speak in favour of the motion. It is a very sensitive issue, and it resolves around the independence of us as a council and the impartiality of any consultation that we do. The Greens Party, of course, have every right to adopt the unlock Northcote position and to campaign on that for the marginal seats of Northcote and the marginal seats of Brunswick. They've got every right to do that. However, by using party resources in a substantive matter to influence ongoing consultation, where we as councillors have to make the considerations of all users and potential users and the impacts on our policies in terms of open space resources in a fair and just manner across the entire city of Darebin, not simply the marginal seat campaigns. So I've got no problem with the Greens Party leader using Greens Party resources to advocate that position, but they shouldn't try and influence a council position, a council consultation, and they shouldn't try to infer that there's a preconceived notion on any councillors. I would say that's an improper suggestion that she's made. myself, I have been involved in activism around gambling before, and at a certain point, I've had to excuse myself from voting because it can create a community perception of conflict of interest or a preconceived view in regards to this. Is this particularly sensitive, the notion of preconceived?
Councillor Lawrence, that is time.
Okay.
Councillor Lawrence, thank you. Councillors, I'm going to ask you, this is a very sensitive matter. It is a generic statement. Please be mindful of the words that you use in this chamber. Now, we've heard from Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Williams has reserved her rights, and we've heard from Councillor Dimitriadis. Are there any further speakers? There are none. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Sorry, Mayor, Councillor Greco put up his hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Councillor Williams. I did not see Councillor Greco. Did you?
It's okay. I'll allow Councillor Williams to go first.
No, Councillor Williams has reserved her right.
Okay.
So she's the last to speak. Councillor Greco, can I just confirm that you raised your hand?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Because I thought you
okay.
were going to cut the debate. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you have 2 minutes on the clock, Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. Look, I listened carefully to Councillor Dimitriadis's speech there, and I think that she does raise some important issues, and particularly on a council where we have party representatives, we have three Green Party reps, we have 3 Labor Party reps, and we have 3 independents, and I think that that in relation to this, we have to be really, really careful of political interference, even the perception of political interference, and I think that just listening to Councillor Dimitriadis, because I was in 2 minds about this, in terms of this motion, in terms of what messaging does it send out to our community and things like that. But I think Councillor Dimitriadis in her presentation made the point, and I think it's a very strong point, that a member of Parliament who's the leader of the Greens weighing in on an issue which involves council resources and council matters and a very important consultation process, and then weighing in a way that sort of skews or misrepresents what the council consultation process is about. I think that is problematic, and I don't say this because I'm not sympathetic to the Greens. I say this also because I know that in the distant past, in the far distant past, Labor also used to interfere in council matters. I'm talking about over a decade ago and things like that. It's part of the reason why I resigned from the Labor Party. So I think I'll have to support Councillor Dimitriadis's motion, because I think she really made some pertinent points which has now swayed my view on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Councillor Williams. Are there any further speakers before I go to Councillor Williams? Councillor Williams.
Yes, thank you. Local council is one level of government and a political platform arena. We as councillors have an obligation to be impartial when it comes to decision making. We must be accountable and transparent to the community. In the political arena, the boxing gloves does come out when we're heading towards and into a state, federal, or even a local election. But when interference enters the arena, it is the community that loses out. The initiation for the Northcote Golf Course to go out for community consultation was via a notice of motion that I led and brought to council. While council was in the process of extensive, genuine community consultation, political parties began emailing members of the Greens Party to jump on the Darebin website, to Have Your Say website, encouraging members to clearly make a stand in making the Northcote Golf Course in becoming public parkland. When other levels of government interfere and influence others while in the middle of consultation is taking place, deliberately, profoundly impacts the qualitative and the quantitative data results of a survey feedback. Why did the Greens leader make the comment regarding my fellow colleague, Councillor Trent McCarthy, and acknowledging that he has led the campaign to have the Northcote Golf Course returned to public parkland. How can the community or myself be assured that my fellow councillors or other Green councillors will be impartial when this item comes up for decision at a later date in the year? As a councillor, if you have already decided on a matter before it has been debated, or if you've been influenced by others, or if yourself is influencing others, is clearly a breach of the Act. I would like to say this to everyone who's listening. The golf course is a public course. It is open to every resident to enter. It is not a private golf course, nor is it a prison. It is a public asset that is open and accessible to all.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Are there any? I'm going to now put that item to the vote, but before I do that, I'm going to make a few words. Councillors, our community expects us to work collaboratively, constructively, strategically for the benefit of the Darebin community, now and in the future. Council needs to work with every elected state, federal MP to achieve great things for our community. Darebin has worked hard to build positive relationships and will continue to work constructively with all MPs from every political party who represents the area of Darebin and can support our strategic objectives. Labor, Liberals, Reason Party and the Greens alike. I am disappointed to see the motion in the council chamber tonight, and I will not dignify the motion with my vote. I'll be abstaining and focusing on the positive things that we can do together as a team. So therefore, I will now put this motion to the vote.
Sorry, Matt, do I have a right of reply because you've presented an opposing view?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Thanks.
Actually, no, I have not. I'm not voting against the motion. I'm abstaining. So, Councillor Dimitriadis, you don't. So, I'm putting this item to the vote now. All those in favour of...
Can we get governance advice on that? Because it's still...
Yeah, I thought abstaining is actually saying no.
But I'm not voting against it, so there's no right of reply. So, over to you, over to the points. Sorry.
But I believe if you're abstaining, you should be abstaining because you're unsure about something.
No, that counts. Councillor Dimitriadis, as Councillor Williams, I've received governance advice on this. So I'm going to put this item to the vote. All those in favour.
Can we have that governance advice that if you speak against a motion, you spoke clearly against the motion?
No, abstaining.
Can we have that advice?
I understand.
Can we have that advice? I'm talking of the content of your speech.
Yeah, okay. Over to, I'm going to ask Stephen Mann, please.
Mayor Messina, I can't put, here we are, on my video.
I clearly said I'm abstaining from the vote.
Mayor Messina.
You made a few statements before that.
Yep. Mayor Messina, councillors can obviously contribute to the debate on any level they wish, and they can express any view. Their vote at the end of the day or their decision to abstain is unrelated to what they speak, what their argument is. With regard to your decision, if it is to be that you are abstaining from this vote, in terms of determining the matter, that will be considered as a vote against the motion before the council.
Thank you. I'll now put that item to the vote. All those in favour.
Sorry, Mayor, if that's a vote against the norm, don't I get a vote?
If it's considered, clearly what Stephen Mann had said is it doesn't matter what I say, it's what my vote counts.
Yes, so, and you're abstaining, so abstainment means it's against.
You did not listen to what Mr. Mann said. So I'm going to put the item to the vote. All those in favour of item 9.2, please.
I have a question.
There's no questions. We've entered into the debate.
A question from the advice of the officers. And just the question is whether our local law says when you vote against a motion or when you speak against a motion.
It was
because your speech was clearly a speech against the motion.
We're going against what Mr. Mann had stated, so that we are continuing.
My supplementary question is: can I have that local law read out? Is it if you're intending to vote against the motion, or whether you're speaking against the motion? Because I have some clarity on that.
over to Mr. Mann, but I clearly heard what I heard. So, Mr. Mann, would you please repeat what you stated?
Certainly, Mayor Messina. I'm a little bit confused by Councillor Lawrence's question. As I clearly said, whether a councillor speaks to a motion in a particular way is irrelevant to what their vote is at the end of the day. What we're interested in terms of making decisions in this chamber is what people's vote is. So in terms of my understanding of what's occurred here is the Mayor has made a statement at the end of the debate and she made a separate statement and the matter's now to be put to the vote.
Thank you.
Sorry,
sorry, that didn't answer my question. My question is simply, in our local laws,
can we just stop?
Does it refer to speaking against a motion or as a trigger for a right to reply?
Councillor Lawrence, I've heard, he stated it twice. Now we're seeking for motions. Both Councillor Demetriadis and Councillor Lawrence, it is clear what he has stated. So
exactly, I just want to get, so he stated that if you're going to abstain, it means you're going against the norm, right?
No, what it means is that it goes to the vote. So let's go to the vote. He clearly said we're going to the vote. So those all in favour of item number 9.2, please. Put your hand up. All those in favour of item 9.2. Councillor Demetriadis, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Greco, Councillor Williams. All those against. Councillor Hannan, Councillor Rennie, Councillor Newton and Councillor McCarthy. I'm abstaining. My vote is a negative and against the motion, and that is actually lost. Thank you, councillors. Now we move over to item number 9.4. Reservoir Leisure Centre.
Can I have some clarification? You said you're abstaining. That means your vote is negative. Hence, I should have a right of reply because your vote is negative.
No, you don't have a right of reply because I have not voted, and I have not voted negative.
But it's counted as a negative.
It's counted for the overall result. Please don't debate it. If you've got an issue, you can bring it up later on.
Just trying to understand where it's come from.
Mr. Mann has clearly stated, he is a governance expert, he has clearly stated. Now we're moving over to item number 9.4. Councillor Williams, I understand that you have a motion that you'd like to move.
Yes. On November the 6th, 2019, Council unanimously carried a resolution.
Councillor Lawrence, sorry, Councillor Williams, I'm asking that you're moving to motion, you're not actually speaking to the motion. So this is your...
Yes, and then...
Yeah, so I haven't got a seconder yet. Sorry, Councillor Williams. So you're moving item number 9.4, seconded by Councillor Lawrence. So moving by Councillor Williams, seconded by Councillor Lawrence. Now, Councillor Williams, you may speak to your notice of motion.
On the 6th of November 2019, Council unanimously carried a resolution to a full redevelopment of Reservoir Leisure Centre and to address the socio-economic disadvantage in the north end of our city. On the 21st of December 2020, Council carried a resolution to receive a supplementary report to be received by April 2022 feedback regarding the community aspiration to including surrounding schools and their students. This NOM is actually asking that the report should not be limited to focusing on the social economic disadvantage in the north end of our city and surrounding nearby schools, but to take into consideration the current and diversity of people living and growing population for the upcoming generation and the generations after that, which are moving into the north end of Darebin, which comes to my point of having a long-term vision and benefits of having a 50-metre pool. From the ABS census, we know that this part of Darebin will have the biggest population growth impact in this part of the municipality for the next 30 years. It's a no-brainer that the current government has been handing out grants allowing schools to expand on their footprint alongside building new schools to try and keep up with the demand of the population growth. We need to think about this smartly and start thinking about building assets that are going to support a 30% population growth in the next 30 years. Pointless building an asset that won't be ideal for the community in the next 30 years. High school has always held swimming carnivals that include a 50-metre pool to ensure a wide variety of events that occur on the day. Primary schools have added Learn to Swim as part of their curriculum. What will the curriculum for both primary and high school look like in 15 years? Swimming is a life skill that will always be used and potentially it can be life-saving. Swimming squads are only held at where there are 50-metre pools. Parents like myself have had to travel at least 15 kilometres away to places like the Watermark in Greensborough, so my child could continue being active and at a competitive competition level. I urge councillors not to make this about the community living in the north against community residents living in the south of Darebin. Reservoir deserves to have the same equal opportunities as what is being built at Northcote Aquatic and Recreation Centre. Therefore, Reservoir Leisure Centre should and deserves the same equal rights and size pools that is currently being built at NARC.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence, would you like to speak to the notice of motion? We can't hear you, sorry, Councillor Lawrence.
Councillor Williams has really covered a lot of the issues here in the recent history. I think there also has been a specific motion about a 50-metre pool. So it's been brought to chamber again and again. The issue is, of course, about our secondary schools and our families, etc., but it's also about absolute water space. Northcote has enjoyed for a long time 25-metre pool and a 50-metre pool. Preston lost a 50-metre pool. Reservoir lost a 50-metre pool, and then the current 25-metre was built. Can you imagine a suburb with 24,000 people has a 50-metre pool and a 25-metre pool in summer, and then at the peak of summer in Reservoir, we have a 25-metre pool and we have a 50-metre pool missing, because really, originally, we should have just supplemented the 25-metre on the 50-metre, not replace it. And how packed it is. It's like human sardines in there in summer. It's really terrible. Neighbouring suburbs around to the north, to the west, to the east, all have 50-metre pools. It's like Reservoir's got a curse. So any forward planning, we need to look at this. I know there's some favoured people who want to put a $2 million splash pad instead of building an $8 million 50-metre pool. To me, that's just retrograde. It has happened in other areas. Unfortunately, in housing commission areas who've lost their 25-metre pools or other pools and then have been given splash pads as some kind of compensation. They're very good splash pads in their own right, but they're not a replacement for the actual swimming area of a 50-metre pool. I would also say for them to be really successful, you actually have to spend a bit more money than $2 million. So this is another attempt to put this issue, which is a glaring lack of resources and infrastructure in Reservoir and the north.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence.
For
that's
consideration and not be censored out again.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. We've heard from Councillor Williams and Councillor Lawrence. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Newton.
Thank you, Ms. Messina. I'd like to propose an amendment that I circulated by email at about 11:41 this morning.
Thank you. Ask the officers to put that on the screen. Then I'll confirm whether it's your amendment, and then I'll ask for a seconder if there is one available. We'll just wait for that to come. Do you have a question, Councillor Hannan? Because we're entered into debate now.
That's the one.
Sorry, I jumped the gun, Mayor. I was just seconding based on what I'd seen earlier in the day.
Thank you. So that means it's moved by Councillor Newton and seconded by Councillor Hannan.
Mayor Messina, I have a point of clarification. I'm not sure whether the amendment is a valid amendment because it seems to go right against the grain of what the original motion was.
Over to you, Mr. Marr.
It could have been accepted as an alternate motion, but I don't believe it can be accepted as an amendment.
Thank you.
Through Mayor Messina, I've certainly seen the amendment earlier today, and in my view, it's not directly opposite to the motion in front. The notice of motion as presented by Councillor Williams, it removes some words, but I wouldn't categorise it as being directly opposite and thus out of order.
Thank you. Thank you. So that we have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Newton, would you like to speak to your alternate motion?
Yes, thank you, Messina. So I'm really excited about the possibilities of Reservoir Leisure Centre and beyond. It's a really wonderful community around there. I know a lot of residents around there really well, as that was my previous council ward in the last term. And we did put forward a motion back in 2019 about really being careful about looking about the socioeconomic impacts, the health and wellbeing impacts of what this leisure centre might be able to do, but we haven't actually heard the results of that report yet. I know there's been extensive work done into looking at what that community needs, and I think what this amendment does is allow us to see what the results of that report are before we go further. So what this does is say that we want to see that report by April, and this will allow us to see what's next.
Councillor Hannan, like to speak.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll just speak briefly. I think Councillor Newton covered it pretty well. I'm really looking forward to this report coming to council. I know it's been some time coming. I also know there's been a hell of a lot of consultation and research, some really great work that's gone into it. I want to see the options. I want to see the best advice, and I want to see what's best. Put the specialist minds at work into what's the best going to achieve the best outcome for the health and well-being of people in Reservoir and surrounding suburbs, and what's best use of that site and what's best use of council resources. I don't want to preempt that. I don't want to send it off in a different direction before we've even got the result of all the hard work. So I really look forward to seeing that work and then considering it as our job as councillors. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hannett. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, I can't support speaking against this amendment. I assume it's been offered to be accepted by the mover and seconder, is it? Just a question.
No, you're right. You're right, Councillor Lawrence.
No,
you're
so
right.
before I speak against it,
Councillor Lawrence, you are correct. Is that acceptable to the mover and the seconder? Obviously not.
I'd like to have a question, please.
In relation to the amendment or general? Yep. Is that to the officers? I'll allow that. Stephen Mahon, please.
So the amendment is implying, so I'm going back and forth, notes that the 6th of November 2019 Council passed the resolution, and it's saying the second part of it receives an officer's report for April 2022 to finding of this report. My question is, what happens to the 21st of December 2020 Council carried the resolution? What happens to that feedback regarding the community aspirations and regarding all the surrounding schools and their students? Will that be included, or is this another report separate again?
I guess what I'm hearing from Councillor Williams, will all those be included in the report that comes to council from what Councillor Newton has stated?
Because I feel that this is only partially of what there's a whole resolution missing out of this amendment that's been taken away from mine to be added to Susan Newton's.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Can I have some commentary in relation to that?
Oh, I'll jump in, Mary. So the question, so Councillor Williams, the question before you from the Mayor is, as the mover of the original notice of motion, are you happy to accept the amendment? And then the Mayor goes to the seconder, who was Councillor Lawrence. You've got to consider the amendment on face value, and not ask. It's not the opportunity to ask questions about the merit or what would be included. They're things that you refer to during the debate.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Williams, does that answer your question? And do you
Not
accept?
really, but I can't accept it because I find it's missing.
Thank you.
Previous resolutions that we've passed on
Thank you.
unanimously.
Thank you. So, Councillor Newton, you spoke to your amendment, and Councillor Hannan.
I haven't said whether I accept it or not yet.
Councillor Lawrence, I'm assuming because the mover didn't, you wouldn't have.
Previously, you've required it from both parties.
Generally, it was the seconder, not the mover. So, but I'm happy to go to you, Councillor Lawrence. Would you like? Do you approve the amendment?
No, I can't approve something that deceptive. No, thank you.
Point of order. Point of order, Member Messina. That comment was offensive.
Yeah, I know.
And I can. 10.1E. So
I'm going to ask that you retract that statement, Councillor Lawrence.
Yeah,
I can't because this is following a pattern in this council in regards to reservoir pool, which is to deceptively ignore motions that have been passed since 2019. Since 2019,
I'm going to adjourn the
a number of motions have been passed, and it's very poor governance.
I'm just going to talk here because you're talking, Tim, and I'm going to talk until no one's talking.
Stop. We're going to adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes. And I'm going to ask councillors to really be mindful of what they're using, the words they're using in this chamber. We're going to break for 10 minutes. At 9:56, we're coming back. Thank you.
Tom, do we need to extend after 10? Is that?
Need to extend.
It's usually 10 o'clock, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you, councillors. Before we go to the continuation of the debate, I'll need a procedural motion to extend the meeting by half an hour. Thank you. Moved by Councillor McCarthy, second by Councillor Rennie. All those in favour? That's been carried. Thank you. Councillors, before we move to the break, there was a point of order, and I'm really finding some of the use of the language really unhelpful this evening.
Just a question.
Right.
Can we have? I have a question about.
I'm speaking, Councillor Lawrence. You're interjecting. You're making it unhelpful. First of all, second of all, and I can refer to item number 11.4. Can I please finish what I'm saying? Thank you.
What was the point of order? What number was it?
Yes, you never asked.
10.1E.
Non-green
10.1E.
Greens councillors. Crazy.
10.1E.
Yeah, but that wasn't stated before.
I stated
I
it,
had
Councillor
to do it.
Dimitriadis.
Can we please stop?
Sorry, but the mayor made it such a big issue that I had to go find the rules.
Just one moment. I'm not ruling. You haven't even allowed. I have not allowed to finish my statement. Three of you interjected. Now, can you please turn on? Thank you. I'm not ruling. I'm asking that councillors be mindful of the language that you are using. It is unprofessional and is prolonging the debate. Can we stick to the debate and be mindful of the words that we are using? Now, no questions. We're going back. There's no questions. So what I'm trying to do is provide a balanced and fair argument. I've allowed some go to the wicketkeeper tonight. Now, we heard from Councillor Newton, Councillor Hannan and Councillor Lawrence. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. Look, I'll be speaking against this amendment because I think the amendment is highly inappropriate in terms of what the intent of the original motion is, and I still hold the position that it goes contrary to the intent of the motion. Councillors, what the original motion was trying to do was actually asking that we gather more evidence, more information about the benefits and about the advantages of having a 50-metre pool as part of the redevelopment of the Reservoir Leisure Centre. That's what the motion was calling for. If we're a council that prides ourselves on making evidence-based decisions, why are we denying a report to come back to us to help inform our decision making in relation to how we scope the future design of the Reservoir Leisure Centre? So what we're saying is that we don't want to know about what the advantage or even the disadvantages could be, which I doubt that there will be any, of having a 50-metre pool as part of the redevelopment. So we're saying no, we're not going to look in that direction. We don't want that information, because what are we fearing? Are we fearing, therefore, that if that information was to be gathered in a proper and consultative manner, that information would actually start to provide some evidence-based decision making to lead us in the direction where we could have possibly a 50-metre pool? What are we afraid of in getting more evidence-based information about the need or otherwise of a 50-metre pool as part of the redevelopment of the Reservoir Leisure Centre? And why shouldn't we get that information? To me, it's almost absurd that we're not taking the opportunity to go out and get our officers to get that information for us so that we can make informed decisions. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Dimitriadis.
Thank you, Mayor. So firstly, I'd like to note that the first part of this NOM relates to a notice of motion that was passed in 2019, and we've just received this. So this was 2 years ago. The facts have changed since then. So we need to have another consultation process specifically about what the people of Reservoir actually want. Councillor Newton has said that she's excited about the possibilities, but she's not actually not allowing consultation to occur to explore those possibilities of redevelopment and rebuilding Reservoir Leisure Centre as per the previous NOM. I'm in complete agreement with Councillor Greco. This notice of motion is actually contrary to what was the previous notice of motion, and it shouldn't have gone through. It's the amendment. I'm shocked. I don't know what to say. We're relying on information from 2 years ago, and we're making decisions that aren't for the best interest of the community.
Thank you, Councillor Demetriadis. I'm going to ask once and for all, councillors, please be mindful of the language that you're using in the chamber. It is really unhelpful. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, if I may, I'd like to exercise my right under clause 3.3
yes,
of the governance rules that allows the Chief Executive the opportunity to correct factual errors or incorrect assertions that are made during the meeting.
Thank you. Welcome.
The assertion made that the amendment is not consistent with the governance rules that Councillor Demetriadis just made is not correct.
I said it was my opinion because it is I believe it's contrary to what was the original NOM.
Sorry, Councillor Demetriadis, I don't want to get into the debate. I'm just correcting the record.
No, sure, that's what the governance.
Thank you. Thank you, Sue. We've heard from Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Greco, Councillor Demetriadis, Councillor Newton, Councillor Hannan, and I'm going to ask again to rewind. I heard some confidential information leaked in this chamber by a councillor. Now, the inspectorate will be looking at that. Now, are there any further speakers? Councillor Williams.
I'm actually quite gobsmacked with this amendment. I find that I feel it's insulting considering what we've already gone through and what we've already accomplished in the past, where most of the councillors sitting here tonight have unanimously voted on what I've already discussed in my notice of motion regarding the 50-metre pool. I want to just ensure that we are doing something very similar to the process that we've done for NARC to ensure that we do diagrams, we do proper community consultation. I'm not asking for a reservoir pool to be built in the next 3 years. I'm asking for the proper designs, the consultation, and the community are involved and along the journey to be part of that process. I want something that's going to be built as nice as NARC. I'm sick of trying to compare the south and north of Darebin, and Reservoir is, I always feel, is left out. I can't understand why people are wanting to flip-flop and change their decision when we were unanimously carried a few years ago. I just want to continue to ensure that whatever money that we're putting into the Reservoir Leisure Pool is going towards new drawings rather than new paint jobs. Yes, I understand we've got to continue maintenance until it's actually demolished, which I would like to see, and ensure that we are building for our future generations and to ensure that it's going to last for another 30 to 50 years, just like NARC. Why should the people of Reservoir be given second-hand or just band-aid jobs held at the Reservoir Leisure Centre? It's unfair.
Thank you, Councillor.
Soon Reservoir will have $2 million houses in 10 years' time, just like Northcote. And I think we need to have a vision looking forward, not going backwards.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Are there any further speakers? As there are none, I'm going to put that motion to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Messina, Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Newton, Councillor Rennie. All those against? Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Williams, Councillor Greco, Councillor Lawrence. That motion has carried. That becomes a substantive motion. We have heard from...
Mayor Messina, I have an amendment that I'd like to put. I've just sent it through. So if councillors want to check their inbox, and the officers also want to check their inbox, and they could read the amendment, and like that I'll be able to speak to it.
I'll just check my emails.
Mayor Messina, I would welcome some governance advice on whether that's counter to what we've just passed as an amendment, given what was there before. Thank you.
Thank you. I hadn't finished reading it, but I'm just going to go straight to the governance advice, please.
Mayor, my view is it's not opposite, but it is not achievable. So a notice of motion is able to do is call for a report. And Councillor Williams's point 2 is very carefully worded to call for a report where something is going to cost more than $5,000. I might just finish, Councillor Greco. And so what this is asking is that Council conduct proper community consultation with the primary schools, cold residents, disabled residents between now and the April Council meeting. I would suggest tomorrow's the 1st of March. That would be very challenging. So, and had it been lodged in that format, it wouldn't have been supported as a notice of motion.
Mayor Messina, I will change the wording that I will call for a report, as the CEO has just mentioned, and change from April to March, that it comes to the next council meeting. That is a report on consultation. With the rest of the amendment as it is.
So can I just clarify, Councillor Greco? So what you're suggesting is that we do the consultation between now and about the 17th of March?
No. Based on the information that you've provided, you've said that that my motion will not be valid because the cost of it would be more than $5,000. And I haven't received any evidence in relation to that. It's just a call that's been made because I'm just calling for consultation, which could be done with with our officers. But leaving that aside, I'm calling for a report of a report on a consultation process that we can conduct. I'm calling for a report about a consultation and process, and that report to come back to us in March at our next March meeting. Then that report that comes back to us will outline to us what the consultation process is to be, and then with the wisdom of this council to decide whether we go down that path or not.
So, Councillor Greco, can I just confirm, please? So that would be Councillor Williams's current point 2, but with April changed to March.
No, it's not. It's substantially different to Councillor Williams's motion. Councillor Williams's motion talked about getting a report on the benefits and advantages of having a 50-metre pool. It does not talk about consultation. My motion instead talks about consultation.
Okay, so I think the word that I'm struggling with in terms of the timeframes you're mentioning, Councillor, is a report after proper community consultation.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure if I'm being heard correctly. I'm saying that I'm trying to go on what you're telling us as the CEO, that I want to call for a report in relation to consultation, and wording, like we can adjourn the meeting, I can fix up the wording and resubmit my motion if that needs to be the case, or we could work it out here online.
Yeah, so with your indulgence, Mayor, through you, Councillor Greco, can I suggest then perhaps that point 2 would be, I think I've understood, that Council receive a report in March 2022, detailing community consultation and survey methodology with secondary primary school students, teachers, parents, cold residents and disabled residents, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's detailing the methodology and the, the rollout.
And a consultation plan. Yep.
Yeah, so outlining a detailed consultation plan, including. Would that be suitable?
Yeah, and through the mayor, if I can ask the question of how was it determined that the motion that was just called the original amendment that I was putting is more than $5,000?
So through you, Mayor, when just based on my experience of this council, proper community consultation and survey with schools, with parents, with residents, essentially with the community, is a pretty significant exercise, and there's been more than one occasion where that's where council's been unhappy with the level of engagement that we've conducted, and so we've had to go back 2 or 3 times. This work is not programmed, and so it's the time and the resources taken away from the organisation. So on the run, which is what I'm being asked to do, my view is that this is a pretty extensive exercise. By the time we translate materials, those sorts of things, pay staff to have sessions and formulate a survey, it's going to be at least $5,000. I'll leave it to you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to go with what the CEO's indicated. Therefore, we're going to move and vote on the motion that's been submitted by Councillor Newton. Councillor Hannan.
I think we've voted on it, Mayor.
And I'm moving an amendment, and the Mayor Messina, let's just get the process right. I've moved an amendment. The amendment has courteously been adjusted for me by the CEO about calling for a report, because the CEO has determined that it's more than $5,000. So there's the new wording there. If the CEO would like to distribute that wording or put it up on the screen, and that's the amendment that I'm now moving.
I understood differently. Can I noticed that Stephen Marnie has his hand up. So over to you, Mr. Marn.
Mayor Messina, I've taken down the wording that our CEO has suggested to Councillor Greco and pass it on to Rachna, and Rachna will be able to put that on the screen. So this is Councillor Greco's amendment. Rachna, can you please put that on the screen now? I've sent that to you in an email, and we'll consider that, make sure that Councillor Greco is comfortable with that wording.
I've just sent an alternate form of words.
Right, and I've had a crack at it as well.
Yeah, that's the same. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Rach.
Yeah, Councillor Greco, does that capture it?
Yeah, let me have a read.
Yeah.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
So,
I'm sorry.
We need a seconder for that. And
you need a seconder for the amendment, Mayor.
Sorry, I didn't finish reading it and it came off the screen. So can we put it back on the screen, please? Thank you.
Apologies, sorry.
Okay, thank you. So it's moved by Councillor Greco. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Greco, would you like to speak too?
Thank you, Mayor Messina. Look, I'm moving this motion because obviously it's plain obvious to me that the council does not want to, one, listen to the community. Secondly, it does not want to receive additional information about whether a 50-metre pool and whether reservoir residents are worthy of a 50-metre pool, and a pool similar with state-of-the-art facilities similar to the Northcote Aquatic Centre that's currently being built. And so therefore, I'm putting this motion that we get a report on a proper consultation, a full consultation with the community, and let's put the question to the residents of Reservoir. Now, with the Northcote Aquatic Centre, we hardly even did that. We just assumed there was going to be a 50-metre pool. Now, the council has proven to be really, really difficult on accepting that Reservoir deserves something similar to what Northcote is getting. I find this a tactic exclusion. And I must say, councillors, it actually discriminates, and I use that word knowingly, it actually discriminates against residents of Reservoir, and it actually discriminates against residents who come from a lower socioeconomic background, and actually discriminates against residents who come from diverse backgrounds because they happen to live in Reservoir, and that they've been not given the opportunity of one, and if this motion doesn't go through, not being given the opportunity to have a say about what sort of infrastructure that they have. And councillors, we have to understand, and we've got this information, that's why I've sought this information from officers, that the northern suburbs of our councils, the northern area, in terms of infrastructure, is underserviced relative to the south, notwithstanding that the northern suburbs of our council have socioeconomic indicators under the CIFA index, some of the worst in Australia. Now, if that's not going to get into our thick heads, I don't know what is going to get into our thick heads. So let's ask the community, let's have a survey, and let the community speak about what actually they want, and whether they want something less than Northcote or they want something the same as Northcote. Because I find this debate absolutely, it hurts. It really hurts. I grew up in Northcote when Northcote was an old working class suburb. I was lucky that Northcote had a 50-metre pool, that I was able to learn how to swim. What am I going to say to my grandson who lives in Reservoir and that he's not going to have access to a 50-metre pool? Does he have to drive down? Do his parents have to take him all the way down to Northcote or some other suburb when Reservoir is one of the biggest suburbs, and it should deserve something like this? This is absurd, councillors. Absurd.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Councillor Lawrence, would you like to speak to the amendment?
Mayor, sorry, Councillor Lawrence, I'm sorry to do this. Councillor Lawrence seconded the amendment, but in fact he seconded the substantive motion, which makes him ineligible to second the amendment. I think it's easily dealt with, Mayor. I think if you just call for another seconder with the support of your colleagues.
Councillor Williams, thank you. Councillor Williams.
Sorry, it can't be Councillor Williams. She moved the substantive.
Yeah. Councillor Demetriadis.
Yeah.
Councillor Demetriadis, would you like to speak?
I'll reserve my right to speak.
Are there any further speakers? We've heard from Councillor Greco. Councillor Hannan.
Thank you, Mayor.
I've had my hand up for a number of minutes now.
I'm happy for Councillor Lawrence to go first.
Just one moment. It's who I see on the screen. I didn't see your hand, Councillor Lawrence, but Councillor Hannan has indicated that he'd like you to go. So would you like to speak, Councillor Lawrence?
Certainly. Mayor Messina, yes, look, I'd like to support Councillor Greco's motion because it's simply about good governance and gathering evidence and not constructing a narrative for ourselves as decision makers that is politically convenient, but actually listening to the community and getting out and asking things and paying attention to the community. So the actual implementation of such a vision, I know, is beyond this council of a 50-metre pool. And not just this council, it's gone back 3 terms. I've been fighting this 3 terms. But I know that's beyond the vision, but at least do the decency of conducting consultation and getting evidence and pretending at least we're an evidence-based council. We're not even doing that. The ultimate decision has to be weighed up with other financial issues and other things. But we can't even ask our community honestly. Now, myself, I have conducted surveys in the last 2 years. I have over 2,500 people write back to me. But I'm blocked at this council, gagging motions in 2019, from even considering major upgrades to Reservoir Pool. The word rebuild has been asked as a sinful word. Come on, we've given a fair go to the south. We need to give equality of at least assessment. At least assessment. I'm not naive. I know political deals are made and projects are dropped in and dropped out, but at least we do the work of asking surveys, of asking the community about what their aspirations are, asking the high schools, asking the families, at least do that.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. We've heard from Councillor Greco and Councillor Lawrence. It was moved by Councillor Demetriadis, who's reserved her right. Do we have any further speakers? Councillor Hannon, your hand is up.
Sorry, Mayor, I seconded it. I didn't move it.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's late.
Mayor, you need an extension of 30 minutes.
Thank you. That is moved, a procedural motion moved by Councillor McCarthy to extend the meeting to 30 minutes. Do we have a seconder? Second by Councillor Greco. All those in favour? Councillor Greco, I can't see your hand. That's been, yeah, thank you. Councillor Hannon.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be brief in the interest of time. I'll also try to move beyond some of the quite inflammatory remarks. I'd just like to state that I'm passionate about addressing disadvantage in this municipality and beyond. I'm passionate and committed to hearing from communities, and I'm passionate about good governance and committed to good governance processes, good use of council resources. For that reason, I can't support this amendment. It seems to have has dropped out of the discussion that there has been quite significant consultation with the community up to this point. We are, and quite significant research and evidence base that has been provided. It's quite the opposite to what other councillors said about we're trying, somehow to avoid consultation. This motion is actually trying to avoid a report coming to council based on a previous consultation, trying to preempt what that report is going to be. So let's simply allow the work to be done, allow the report to be presented, see the options that are in it, and take it from there. That's all I'll say. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hannon. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Williams.
I'm also quite godsmacked the fact that we are looking at spending $64 million in rebuilding Northcote Aquatic Centre. Now, the people of Northcote area are very vocal, very passionate, very much involved. I'll give you an example. Today, I got an email of a resident down in Blake Street who is a single father with 3 children that have mould from the floor to the ceiling of their house in every single room, as if he has time to come to community consultation and tell you that he wants a swimming pool when he has health issues with his family. They're the type of people that we're dealing with in the north part of Darebin. They have a lot of health issues. They have a lot of mental health, physical health, and other deteriorations that are happening. I think that we need to give more consideration regarding the people in Reservoir and in the north of Bell Street. If you even look at the mapping of schools from the north side, we've got Reservoir High, we've got Bundura Secondary, we've got William Reuven Primary and Secondary, we've got Preston High, Thornbury, well, not Thornbury High, we've got Reservoir Views Primary, Keon Park Primary, Thomastown Primary. There's so many schools, more than I'd say than what's in the south. You tell me that these schools will not need a place to go swim and learn, whether it's learn to swim or swimming carnival. And then on top of that, we need to ensure that our community is consulted. We are not doing enough for the people in the north. We need to be their voice. They're not going to be always engaging because of their personal issues that they're going through. But I bet your bottom dollar, if you actually spend the time in speaking to these people, you will understand where they're coming from, and they too would like to see something happen at the reservoir.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Are there any further speakers? Thank you, councillors. We're going to put
Mayor, I have a right of reply, don't I?
Yes, apologies.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. There is no right of reply on an amendment.
This is my amendment.
She reserved her right. She reserved her right. So I'm going to go back to Councillor Dimitriadis. She didn't move it. She used the wrong term. So she reserved her right. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So I'll be quick on this because I did make a statement earlier about the position of Northcote Reservoir Leisure Centre being rebuilt and redeveloped. But I just wanted to highlight some of the statements that were made by Councillor Hannan. He said that he's passionate about addressing disadvantage and hearing from the community, which is what this particular notice of motion, the amendment is proposing. However, history has shown different, that it's particularly about the waste charge. There was no addressing disadvantage or the hearing from the community on that particular item. So I'm a bit conflicted with where that statement's going, because this particular amendment does address disadvantage and wants to go to community consultation. Now, with the particular report that in question that he was talking about, he mentions that he's excited to have it come to council, but it's from 2019. The consultation started in 2019. That's close to 3 years ago, and the research conducted must have happened back then. So we need a new consultation to occur so we can hear what the future of Reservoir Leisure Centre can look like. So I am in complete disagreement with what Councillor Hannan has said. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Dimitriadis. Councillors, we're going to put this item to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Greco, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Williams, Councillor Dimitriadis. All those against, that's Councillor Messina, Councillor Hannan, Councillor Newton, Councillor McCarthy and Councillor Rennie. Now we go back to Councillor Newton's original amendment.
Meg,
That's been voted on.
Yeah, we've been voted. Okay.
Go back to the substantive motion.
I'd like to move a motion.
Okay.
Motion.
Just one moment, Councillor Greco. I actually heard from others before I heard from yourself. And I actually wanted to go back to Ms. Wilkinson.
Mayor, you're returning to the substantive motion. You've heard from the mover, Councillor Williams, and from Councillor Lawrence as the seconder. You're now... it is an amended motion, so there is no right of reply.
So I'm going to put this motion, or I'm going to ask for a procedural motion to put this item to...
Mayor, I'd like to speak in relation to the motion and not be gagged.
I'm not gagging you, Councillor Greco. We've had substantial debate on this motion.
I haven't had an opportunity to speak in relation to the motion.
We've had lots of opportunities from all councillors to speak to this motion, so I'm asking...
No, we haven't, Mayor Messina. I've spoken...
I've heard enough debate. I've heard enough debate.
Now I'd like to move a procedural motion.
Do we have a seconder?
Mayor Messina, if you're going to say a meeting on such an important issue, please, I find that really disrespectful. As a councillor, I find that very disrespectful.
Councillor Greco, you've spoken many times to this...
Not in relation to this motion.
We're just going to vote. So I'm asking for a procedural motion. That's moved by Councillor McCarthy, seconded by Councillor Newton.
I have a point of order against the Mayor. A point of order.
There's no point of order.
Point of order because you've You're
All
going
those
against
in
meeting
favour,
rules.
all
Councillor
those in
Greco has a
favour.
right to speak.
Councillor Lawrence, all those in favour of the item being put. That's Councillor Messina, Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Newton, Councillor Rennie. All those against? That's Councillor Greco, Councillor Demetriadis, Councillor Lawrence, and we have lost.
This is a rerun of your gagging motion in 2019. You haven't moved, have you? Just gag reservoirs
Councillor
all the
Lawrence.
time.
Councillor Lawrence.
Point
I'm
of
going to.
order.
You have interrupted this meeting several times, and I've allowed it. And I'd like to point out item number 11.1, which is disorderly conduct of councillors. Now, we need to stop because a councillor is not in this meeting. So I'm going to ask for governance advice because Councillor Williams has gone off my screen. So I'd like to ask Stephen Mann to comment, please, because Councillor, we cannot proceed because Councillor Williams is not in the meeting.
Madam Mayor Messina, I'm not quite sure where Councillor Williams has got to. I think we might need to take, unless she's taken just a brief break, but she hasn't informed us, I think it's appropriate just to take a couple of minutes and we'll call her.
Thank you very much. We'll take a few minutes. So we'll just leave the cameras on, please, and mute yourself. Good evening, councillors. I'll just await for the councillors that are in the room to turn on their cameras. Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Greco, please. I'll await for Councillor Dimitriadis and Councillor Greco or the IT to assist with giving them. Thank you, Councillor Greco. I'll wait now for Councillor Dimitriadis. Councillor Dimitriadis, are you in the gallery?
Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dimitriadis. I'm going to hand over the microphone over to the CEO, Sue Wilkinson. Thank you. Over to you, Sue.
Mayor, unfortunately, Councillor Williams is no longer in the meeting, and as we know, during COVID, while we've been doing meetings online, when we have an understanding that if we lose a councillor due to technology issues, then we would adjourn the meeting out of procedural fairness. However, if a councillor decides to leave a meeting and there is no technical issues being reported, then it is up to councillors, in my view, able to proceed. I've made a number of phone calls to Councillor Williams, and I know a number of officers have done the same and sent Councillor Williams messages. I'm not able to verify at this time whether or not she's got technical issues, and so on that basis, my recommendation would be that council adjourn the meeting, so you would require a procedural motion to do that, to tomorrow night at 6 p.m.
Thank you. Councillors, I'm looking for a procedural motion to adjourn the meeting until 6 p.m. tomorrow night, being the 1st of March. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Newton. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rennie. All those in favour? That's been supported by Councillor McCarthy, Messina, Rennie, Newton, Dimitriadis and Lawrence. All those against? Councillor Greco? Anyone abstaining? Councillor Hannan, did you vote?
I did.
I didn't see your hand, sorry.
Yes, I'll abstain.
Okay, you've abstained. Thank you. That motion has been carried, and we will adjourn the meeting to 6 p.m. tomorrow evening on the 1st of March. Thank you, councillors. Thank you for an evening, a productive evening that resolved on many, many resolutions. Thank you. Good night. And I ask that the live streaming cease, and I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow evening. Thank you.
Mayor, can I ask that councillors stay on the line, but